Hey guys, I'm here. Welcome. Hi everyone. If you'll excuse my low energy this stream, my brain is a little bit beige right now. I've been working on a decent amount of stuff for the past 2 days. Oh wait, no. How many days? 2? 3 days? How many days has it been? Wait, what did I do over the weekend? We did D&D. I went to bed, woke up, and then it was Sunday. What did I do on Sunday? What the fuck did I do on Sunday? I don't remember anymore. Right. I worked on my Pathfinder campaign a little bit. And then, after that, I took a nap. I took a 5-hour nap, woke up, did some video editing, and then, what did I do after that? After that, I worked on some avatar tweaks, and then I went to bed, did some more video editing, played War Game with Numi on Twitch. There was quite a bit of screaming. And then went to bed, and then early today I started on pre-production for another Avatar project. Yeah, that's what I did. Oh wow, I've been really busy. Been doing a lot of creative stuff, and for anyone that doesn't know, creative stuff does take quite a bit out of you. So yeah, excuse my brain being dashed today. I apologize. Let me get my Monsanto launched first. I'm a little bit worried because I clicked on something else before launching the game. Sometimes that causes the game to bug out. Monsanto Rise has a lot of really odd bugs that sometimes appears. Like if you were to click on off of the game while it's launching, it behaves really weirdly. So yeah, I hope that my game doesn't bug out, but we'll see. Hopefully I don't have to relaunch the game because I clicked out of it when I launched it. But yeah, I'm starting a pre-production on some stuff. Working on Avatar stuff. I need to do some fairly large Avatar upgrades coming soon. And it's involving this avatar. You guys know, for VR stuff, I've recently created an updated, highly optimized version of this avatar. I'm gonna need to transfer that work over to my desktop version soon, and doing that is going to take a lot more work than I previously thought, because I just got a new tech upgrade that's gonna make, well, it's gonna vastly improve the quality of my desktop streams, but the problem is that preparing it is gonna take a lot of work, like an insane amount of work. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to prepare all that. It might take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's gonna be complicated, really complicated. Also, I came to the training ground to test out my game. The best way to test out the game is to go to the training ground and perform some attacks and actions, and I realized that it's all good, so yeah, it's good. Let me talk to this guy. Dual threat. Special titles. Crown. Size monsters. Ah, fuck that. We don't care about that. Let me drink some water. So, yeah, the thing I actually got. Okay, I don't mind telling you guys about the thing I got. I managed to get an iPhone. And for anyone who's curious or is unfamiliar with VTubing, an iPhone is considered to be an essential piece of VTubing tech. I finally got my hands on an iPhone. It was a hand-me-down, not a new one. I need to charge it, plug it in, test it out, but I'm fairly certain that it should work, and yeah, I need to, once I test it out later today, I need to start working on upgrading this desktop setup. And in order to do that, I think I'm going to take the updated version of my avatar and use that as the basis for my new desktop avatar. And yeah, that's gonna take a fair amount of work. I spent like how many hours today? 2-3 hours today just doing pre-production on that. Talking to this Twitch partner. She's how do I describe this person? There's this Twitch partner and VTuber. She mainly does Twitch streams. I don't think she does YouTube streams at all, but she does she does have a YouTube channel. Her name is Fulfillment, and she does Twitch streams. She stopped streaming for a bit, but she's recently come back to streaming, and her content on Twitch, for the most part, she does a lot of tech demo relating to VTuber space. If you know, what's her name, What's her name? Fee? Oh, well, there is a very specific VTuber. What's her name? There is a VTuber who does a lot of VTuber tech. VTuber and VR tech. And she's fairly big. Let me see. I'm fairly certain she has review VTuber apps. Is it VTuber Senpai? No. No. Damn, what's her name? I've forgotten her name. She's a very big VTuber and VR enthusiast on YouTube. Hi Kylon. Kylon, can you help me remember who is this big VR and VTuber enthusiast on YouTube? She does a lot of reviews and stuff for VR and VTuber tech, but I completely forgot her name. Fire? No. Wolfamid is the person I'm talking about, but it's the person I'm talking about earlier, but she's not who I'm talking about now. Someone else did a lot of VTuber and VR tech. There's this random person named VTuber Senpai, is not him. It's a girl, Fia. Is it Fia? That sounds very familiar. Fia. Yes, the virtual reality show. Fia. Right, yeah. That's her. What was my train of thought? Why was I talking about Fia? I can't remember why I was talking about Fia. But in any case, the person I actually talked to was Full from it, and yeah, Twitch streamer named Full from it. She's fairly large. I mean, okay, no, not that large. She's a mid-sized partner, but yeah, she does a lot of her content has to do with tech demoing. She does a lot of VTuber advice stuff, and she developed her own VTubing software in Unreal Engine. You might be interested in this, Kylan. She developed she started with Unity and then realized how Unity was shit like you, and then eventually went off to Unreal and developed her own VTubing software in Unreal. That's her shtick in terms of her YouTube and Twitch. She does a lot of development, and then she spends her time on Twitch streams talking to chat about her software and what she does to develop. I believe her latest thing is she developed a 3D treadmill world that she could walk around using an IRL treadmill, and I think her latest step was she moved her setup entirely off of a VR setup into an AR setup, so she no longer has to wear a a Vive headset or anything like that to track ahead. She's moved completely VRless. But yeah, I talked to her about what I would need to do to get an iPhone and everything set up, and she gave some tips, although they're quite in-depth tips. She told me that it's better to rig my face from scratch on my own. I'm like, oh god, rig on my own. I, uh, uh, I rigging my own, the face all on my own requires me creating blend shapes and all that, and I'm scared. Chat, I'm scared. That's gonna take so much work to rig my own blend shapes. I'm gonna try to shortcut it and try to see if I can make a, if I can just grab blend shapes I already have, well, used to have in this model. Technically, I removed a lot of the blend shapes in order to optimize it for VRC, but the problem is I need to restore the blend shapes. But I think I should be able to grab the blend shapes and restore it, hopefully. And if I'm able to successfully restore all the blend shapes that this model's face came with, then I can maybe shortcut the process a little bit, but it's still gonna require a lot of work even if I'm able to successfully shortcut it. So yeah, a lot of under the hood stuff work I have to do very, very soon. Wish me luck, chat. It's going to be painful. Maybe I'll turn the under the hood stuff I have to do into streams, or some streams or stuff, because that will allow me to it will allow me to speed up the process massively if I were to take you guys with me through that process, and it will allow me to stream while doing these upgrades, while also planning my tabletop RPG Pathfinder stuff, because that also takes a lot of time. Oh god, I have so much stuff I have to do between video editing, shorts. I have a short prepared that's going to go live probably tomorrow. I have tabletop RPG I have to prepare every week. Now I have to do VTubing. I have to prepare my entire avatar, well, rig my entire avatar for AR kit, iPhone's AR kit stuff. So it's like, there's so much work I have to do. Unity also helps you not wear a headset because of the wonderful limitations. Well, I'm not gonna worry too much about that for now. I'm just going to piggyback as much as I can off of what was already there. Maybe there's some people I can hire to do that for me. Is it? Theoretically, maybe there is. But I don't know the rates. And from what I know, the rates are going to be very pricey, at least $700 USD minimum. Full From It used to do that kind of avatar rigging as commissions. I don't know if she still does it now, because she does have a actual, she works for a VR company now, so I don't know if she's still, yeah, her commissions are closed right now. I know that Full From It is trustworthy because she's done a lot of good work for quite a few VR and VR VTubers I know of, including ADC. She's worked for, I think she did the avatar for Bonji. She did the avatar for what was her name? She used to go by Synchrich, but I can't remember her new name. There used to be a streamer named Synchrich, but she went trans and then changed her name. She used to be known as Synchrich. And fairly recently, she worked on Synchrich's model as well. Fulfillment also worked on, yeah, she worked on a whole bunch of streamers models, but yeah, right now she doesn't take her commissions that close. Maybe ask Kokora-chan, Talking Lurker's boyfriend. Does Kokora-chan do rigging for AR kit? That's the most important thing, because rigging for AR kit is a very specific type of rigging. I could try to look up Kokora-chan, but just rigging for 2D models. Okay, 2D models are completely different from 3D models, so that's not someone I can talk to. Rigging for 2D models is very different from rigging 3D models. It's not, the skills for both are not transferable in the slightest, unfortunately. Streams on Kick, really? Alithara moved to Kick? Oh, I'm kind of surprised that she moved over to Kick. I wouldn't have guessed she would have moved, but oh. She does a lot of her audience are children, though, young children, because she plays a lot of younger children games like Minecraft and Fortnite, and Roblox. So I can kind of understand why she would move to Kick, because Kick is trying to get the young children crowd a lot. They targeted a lot of streamers that have an audience of teenagers, young teenagers and stuff. So our stream on Twitch was 2 weeks ago. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, well, I wish her luck on Kick, but yeah, Kick doesn't have the type of audience that I technically want anyway. All young teens, late preteens mainly. That is the primary demographic that they've tried to cultivate as far as audience goes. You know, Fulfillment actually recommended I use her model. She sells a modified version of the Tori face. Let me show you what I'm talking about. She sells a modified Tori model rigged exclusively for VRM. I did talk to her about it, and she recommended that I could use this. The important thing is this is fine, this is naked, and it's more doll-like. Face body included, face morphs, emote toggles, that's fine. This is the important part. This right here. All of this is what needs to be set up specifically for the AR kit, and because of this is what's gonna take me a lot of time to set up. Things like cheeks pout, tongue out, tongue wide, mouth stretch left, mouth stretch right, mouth shrug, up lower, mouth press. All of this, these are AR kit blend shapes, and all of these have to be set up to make use of an iPhone, and setting all this up is gonna be a pain. Yes, a pain, especially if you want to have a look at. I'm not gonna go as far as to have something as fancy as full fermits set up prepped. What I am going to do is, if I can, or at least my initial attempt, is I'm going to try to see if I can adapt the blend chips that are already present in the base version of my face, and try to see if I can shortcut most of the process. If I can't use it to shortcut most of the process and I scrap it, I might consider just buying this face and using it as a new default face. I will have to readapt it for VRC, but that shouldn't be too difficult. Tori has Tori. I could just go back and buy the Tori version and apply the old blend shape, VRC blend shapes onto this face. So yeah. If I don't want to use that, someone else mentioned that there is a automatic blender plugin I can use that can shortcut 80% of the process. I don't know if I want to use that because this thing, let me see, this costs more than full fermit's Tori face edit, so I don't know if I want to use that. This is yeah, lots of things that I have to consider. Luck is finally done eating dinner. Oh, welcome home, Lucky. Hope you have a good dinner. What are you having for dinner? Check it and send me a pic of Ali's stream. Okay, hang on. Let me hide and let me check Ali's stream. Oh my, that's what Alisa is doing on Kick? Huh. Huh. Interesting. I'm amazed at how many viewers she's getting on Kick. I don't know. Okay, here's the thing about Kick. 110 viewers for a bit, and you're watching for 10 minutes, been like 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe there's people lurking, but that's not what that's not what I'm concerned about. What I'm concerned about, at least, what I'm concerned about is Here's the thing about Kick. They technically do not allow not safe for work content. They say don't no not safe for work content. I believe their TOS also says no sexual content. Let me see. Kick stream TOS. Let me see. Kick terms of service. Let's read Kick's terms of service together, shall we, chat? 18 plus channel. Even with an 18 plus channel, I'm fairly certain that they do not allow pornographic content. Intellectual property rights, political activity, endorsement testimonials, no refunds, payments, indemnity, general interpretation. Let me see. Meeting consent. Right to your content. It should be under user content somewhere. Company takes no responsibilities. FTC guidelines. Right, community guidelines. That's what we're looking for. Encourage, promote harmful, violate Kick's terms of service, contain nudity, pornographic or depict sexual activity, actual or simulated. Right. So technically they have this. Arby's Angus meat, fried onion, cheese, loaded mac. Oh my god, you guys are making me hungry. The last time I ate was... Okay, technically the last time I ate was actually... Shit, 6 hours. No, 12 hours ago. Fuck. I just realized I ate 12 hours ago. You guys are making me hungry. Guys, should I make a cup noodle? There have been questions raised in terms of service how they enforce streamer remain unbanned despite allegedly having sex on stream. Yeah, they won't ban now, but eventually they are going to have to bring the hammer down. So we don't know how much contain nudity, pornographic, epic sexual activity, actual or simulated. So yeah, we don't know how much they're going to clamp down on this. And looking at Alethra's stream, looking at Alethra's stream, I'm not gonna show the image because yeah, it's fairly spicy. Yeah, we don't know how much they're gonna clamp down on this. It's possible that they might clamp down on it as hard as Twitch someday, but right now they're not. But here's a problem I have with Kick. A lot of their initial user base. Yes, Cass. Alethra's stream is set to 18 plus, but the problem is that Kick's initial user base, a massive chunk of it is teenagers, young teenagers, underage teenagers and preteens. The massive streamers that they poached from Twitch to offer streaming deals with them was to... Yeah, a lot of those streamers that they poached from Twitch to stream exclusively on Kick all of them have viewers in the age range of 13 to 17. Their main viewership is 13 to 17. So because the Kick's main user base is within that age range, at least a huge chunk of it is, I don't know how secure the 18 plus category is. I'm a bit worried about that. Yes, a lot of kids just lie anyway and get into a stream anyway, but I'm a bit worried about the fact that this platform that built its at least initial flood of user base out of the 13 to 17 age range, having an 18 plus category, and then you'll be like wondering how many of these viewers are truly, you know, 18 plus. And that's not only the biggest worry I have with any Kick. Let me see. Kick. I need to look something up. Kick. Revenue split. Let me see. Kick's revenue split. Kick advertised a 95-5 revenue split. This is the second thing I'm worried about. This is not sustainable. This is actually not sustainable, like at all. Twitch is having monetization difficulties. Okay, technically they're having monetization difficulties under Amazon, and we have no idea how much Amazon demands of Twitch, but YouTube has a 70-30 split. Kick has a 95-5 split. YouTube themselves does have some revenue problems, but the revenue problems is mainly down to ads. In fact, they pushed Super Chat and the 70-30 revenue split as a solution to their advertisement woes. The only way Kick is able to sustain themselves with this kind of revenue split is with gambling. Kick is primarily funded by gambling sites. Okay, I'm actually wondering how many views are botted. Streams with 300 viewers on a whole platform, but there's 100 streams with 50 to 100 viewers. That's not how viewers work. Yeah, that doesn't seem very organic. But viewership aside, this itself is not sustainable. Kick was primarily established in order to allow gambling companies and outlets to have their own streaming platform. And as part of that, they appealed to the underage demographic, because online gambling on sites like all that CSGO stuff is very unregulated, and there's a lot of underage users in that demographic. That's the biggest reason why all of the streamers that they poach from Twitch has their main demographic be 13 to 17. Which, fair play to them, but my main concern is whether or not this is sustainable as a business model, and whether what Alithra is doing on Kick is sustainable in light of the fact that this exists here, and knowing that Kick's a large chunk of Kick's user base is the 13 to 17 age range. Yeah, that's my concern about streaming on Kick. And after all, you guys know, well, anybody who's been here for a while would remember what went down with fucking Blackstorm. For anyone who doesn't know, Blackstorm is a now defunct streaming platform that used to advertise stream adult content. You can stream adult content, including not safe for work content with some restrictions. It's not fully free, but they allowed adult content with some restrictions. They allow you to do smacks and stuff on streams, and you can monetize your streams. But Blackstorm eventually imploded. They said that they suffered some kind of massive quote-unquote banking fraud, credit card fraud. We don't really know whether that's true or not, but the Blackstorm people said that, yeah, they suffered some kind of credit card fraud. They lost a lot of money, and because of that, the entire site went down, and they disappeared with a lot of creators' money, including money that was spent on my streams. So yeah, I actually still feel really bad. One of my biggest supporters on Blackstorm was Foxley, and yeah, all the money that Foxley spent on me went poof. I never got a single payout from Blackstorm. Holly raided with 90 peers to 0. 3M went by and 2 people talked, including Ali. Well, most people just leave after raids. I assume Kick, considering that a lot of their viewer base was poached from Twitch, would have similar trends with raids and stuff. Whether or not a raid works depends entirely on whether or not the person doing the raid is able to promote the person they're raiding. It's something that a lot of Twitch streamers actually don't know. It's something that I learned from... Who was it that I learned this from? Was it Fulfamit I learned this from? I think it was Fulfamit I learned this from. Fulfamit taught me that whenever you raid someone on Twitch, you have to advertise the person that you're raiding. You can't just say, everyone go say hi to them, stick around, stuff like that. That's very generic. That's not going to get your viewers to stick around with your raid target at all. In fact, that kind of generic advertisement, 99% of their viewers will leave. If you want your viewers to stay, you actually have to spend time advertising who you're raiding. You need to talk about who you're raiding, tell your viewers a bit about who they are, what they stream, what kind of content they do, you do need to advertise. If you do that, your viewers have something to hook them when they arrive onto your raid target stream, and then you have to stick around and talk a little bit. That also helps your viewers stay. But I said the viewers are sticking, but no one is talking at all. Theru sounds like someone I've heard of Twitch, but I don't really recognize. I think I've only heard of them off and on, but I don't really know them that well. But yeah, yeah, if you want your viewers to actually stick around with your friend, advertise your friend. Gotta hype up your viewers for the raid and advertise your friend, pretty much. People talking on terror streams are people you know from Twitch, lol. I wonder if there's anyone I recognize there. But yeah, even if we assume that the Kick viewership is non-botted, I don't think I'm gonna stream on Kick. It's, yeah, for the reasons I mentioned. We don't know how hard you're gonna come down on this. Their revenue split is unsustainable outside of being funded by gambling, and the initial rush of users were underage users, and that's not a demographic I want to appeal to for the most part. I don't think Kick is a good fit for what I want to do. Yes, I know I hate Twitch, and I know that I chafe a lot under Twitch's rules, but in the end, yeah, I don't think this doesn't fit me either. So Asmira, Stinky Tofu, Fused Integral. The only one I recognize on that is Fused Integral. That's the only one I recognize. I don't recognize anyone else. Teehee. Belly is full. Okay, yeah. Speaking of belly is full, I am actually starving. Now that I thought about it. I'm actually starving. Oh, god damn it, you guys got me hungry. Fuck. Should I go and make a cup noodle, chat? I could go and make a cup noodle right now. I am very, very hungry. Fuck, I probably should have eaten something before I started the stream. Fuck. And I can't order food right now because it's 6 in the morning. It's still too early to order food. Ugh. Better eat than to play and stream starving. Team marketing office. Right, really, yeah, fuck off. Hang on, let me double check. Is there actually anything I can order? I doubt it, cause yeah, everything is still closed. of the discounted stuff is only opening at 11, 10. Yeah, that's false for now. Eating on stream is still entertaining. Well, okay, chat. I'll go and make cup noodle. I will be right back. Go to the dark side, we have full bellies. Okay. I will be right back, chat. Let me make some cup noodle. I will try to find something entertaining for you guys to watch in the meantime. Let me see, is there any friends on YouTube who are streaming right now? Or any friends on Twitch who are streaming right now? Let me see. Any close friends whom I know won't care about me mooching often. No friends whom I can move. Actually, you know what? No. This person. Yeah.
May the... I don't know. Did you just clipped into the back rooms?
Okay, let me... You guys, feel free to watch Thermivexia for a bit while I make instant noodle. Thermivexia is a hot demon
Royalty actually gets a win. A W.
She's currently doing racing streams.
Woo!
I will be right back. Okay, let me make. Let me make. Go and make cup noodle. Making cup noodle.
Hey, Fudge, thank you so much for the for the reason.
Actually, wait, no. I have a better idea. Hang on, I have a better idea. Hang on. I have a better idea. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I just thought of something.
One more win. One more win.
I just thought of something. Let me put something on. You know what I should do, chat? Okay. Ooh, okay. So you're taking cover. Let me see here. Take cover, prone, dress, and shoot at you. I'm going to let you guys watch my a VOD of our our last Pathfinder stream while I make cup noodles. I'll be right back. Love you guys. Let's see here. Do I make you guys roll for this? Okay, yeah, I'll make you guys roll for this now. Everyone, give me a perception check. Different people have to make different levels of this perception check because of your position, but I want to see whether or not you spot this. Or more likely hear this.
Perception?
Yes. Just standard perception. Still waiting on Dahlia. Alright. Dahlia makes it. Eva is the only one I'm unsure about. You know what? Eva, you spot something weird. You don't hear it, but you spot something weird. Everyone around here, near my ping, that includes Corjum, Dahlia, and Lady Devore, you hear a sound a strange sound that goes kind of like meow, 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 meow. And you see just a random box on the road appears to be making a sound. Lady Devore, you can easily peer into the box and you see it is a box of kittens. Just sitting there in the middle of the road.
Careful, they might be wired with explosives.
That was the only thing that was going to happen. Ava, your turn.
I saw something weird.
Yes, you see something weird. A box lying in the center of the road. You cannot see into it,
That is pretty weird.
but yes. Every Lady Devore and everyone seems to be looking at the box. Even the girls are looking at the box, actually. You see a confused look on these two girls' faces.
I shall reload my gun and shoot at the one that did shoot me.
This one? Alright, go for it.
Yes.
$23. You do hit her. She takes 9 damage. When you hit her, something changes in her demeanor. Oh god. Oh, is that everything okay? Ring ring,
Must have
ring
been the
ring.
wind.
If something changes in her demeanor. And she almost, rather than just simply being angry, it almost looks like she's laughing. You see a smile spread across her lips. Okay. What next?
Kids are weird, man. I will use my last action to cover reload.
Cover reload? Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. So you're taking cover. Let me see here. Take cover, prone, provide from, you must meet the requirements, take cover and hide. Alright, that's fine. Let me double check the cover mechanics because after normal cover, what happens?
Half cover or I don't know what it's called. The
Greater
one
cover
in
plus
between
4 to
later.
AC. Alright,
That is good.
so, alright, that means yes, you have greater cover now versus her. Actually, no.
Okay.
Wait, I gave you not lesser cover, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so that means you have normal cover versus her.
Yes.
Alright. That was your turn, and now it's Cordrum's turn. What do you do?
Little magic girl needs to stop doing that, so I'm gonna hit her. My axe.
Go for it. You hit. She takes 12 damage. Alright. Now that you've hit her a second time, she too starts looking strange to you. The smile gets wider, despite the fact that you can see her wincing from the pain. She starts laughing.
Oh, quit laughing at me. Try it again.
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
Oh God.
Ugh.
Her somewhat crazed laughter throws off your swing. You're like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm going to rule. Remember what we did last time where I ruled you need to spend one action to recover. I'm back, Chad. I'm back.
Which
I hope that wasn't too long.
Alright.
I got my cup noodle. Alright, now I just need to wait for it to cook. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for it to cook, I think I'll just eat some biscuits. Eat some biscuits and then we'll do a couple of hunts, I think. Yeah. Let's eat some biscuits and do a couple of hunts before I eat my cup noodle. Ah. Da, 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 da. Ah. Ah. Right. Just having critical miss flashbacks though. Yeah, okay, I don't know why we can't escape someone having garbage rolls in our tabletop RPGs. I mean, or in Mitchell's session, the person having garbage rolls was white. In your campaign, it started with me and then went over to white, and now in my campaign, it's you, Lucky, who has the garbage rolls, and I don't know why. And it's not my computer either. It's not my computer. Yeah, the first time you started having garbage rolls in my campaign, Lucky, it was on when we were still on the website. When we were still hosted on the website, that's when you started having garbage rolls. On the first session, you rolled amazingly, and then on the second session, you started rolling hot garbage, and then third session, it wasn't just you. Cass also started rolling some shit. I don't know what's up. I think Cass has more misses. Actually, Cass, you had more misses in the end, Lucky, because Cass, half of her spells do not have an attack roll. Instead, the opponent has a save roll, and her targets rolled high on their saves, surprisingly often, even on their weak saves. Where else? Where else? She did miss that big Flens attack, but that was Cass using Flens on a target that she knew was going to die anyway, or at least close to death, and she decided she had to Flens that one girl, so yeah. Probably would have been smarter for her to, use a attack that didn't have an attack roll, but rather had the opponent roll a save, so even on a failure they'll still take half damage, but oh well. Oh well. That's what Cass decided to do. That's your point. Miss attacks and target savings, yeah. You hit you hit Rika once. Cass killed Rena and then hit Rika, missed Satoko, but then she hit Satoko again. I mean, Satoko, yeah, Satoko succeeded a save versus her on the second spell against Satoko, but the thing is, even on success, she still takes half damage, so yeah, Cass actually didn't miss all that often. You missed a lot more than Cass, even including the crit saves from opponents rolling high. Yeah, she did less damage due to the miss, but you know, it's still damage. It still contributed to taking them out. What I am worried about is your low rolls, specifically Lucky, because you were rolling low on a lot of skill checks and attack rolls. And when I say low, I mean you rolled lower than 10, which should not happen. At least not if the dice is supposed to be, you know, have an even distribution. Failed plenty of medical treatment too, yeah. You only had to make a DC 15 on all those medicine checks, and you were failing with a plus, what, 6 on it? So all you had to do was get a 9 or higher, and you failed more often than not, I believe. Yeah, 6 plus the plus, yeah. If you needed a 6 plus to pass, then you shouldn't have failed nearly as often as you were, so... And this was persisting even back when playing on browser as well, so I'm a little bit worried about the random number generator inside the foundry, whether it's weighted a little bit far towards one end of the bell curve. Your medical is +9, wow. Yeah, if your medical is +9, making DC 15 should be no problem for you, but you're missing more often than you're hitting. I'm going to be observing your rolls very closely next time we play. Just to see how it's performing. Hopefully, you know, it's just fluke and stuff, but yeah, I'm a little bit worried. Because I don't want us to have really bad dice. All weighted dice. You know? Yeah, we'll see. I have most of the stuff for the next session prepped already, but the problem is the session, depending on how far you get, the session after that could be a problem, because based on what the party is doing, I have a feeling there is going to be a branching path coming up, and the branches are going to have wildly different story progression and encounters, and I'm not sure how to handle a branching path. If the next session ends right before, or right after the decision is made to branch to a certain path, then it's easy. I can just end the session right then and there, if it's a good time to end, and then I can spend the next week working on that branch or that you guys decide to go down. But if you guys end before you get to the branch, then I don't know how to deal with that. Or if you guys get to that branch very quickly, then I don't know how to deal with it either, although it's highly unlikely you get to the branch too quickly based on the speed at which you guys have been progressing so far. My biggest worry is if the session ends before the branch occurs. Yeah, that's my biggest worry, and it's hard for me to plan for that because I don't know how quickly you guys are gonna get through the crazy cat lady. I have to see what happens. Shakespeare said Cutie's PC. Listen, Cass, listen. Like, the bad luck you were having was just last session. Lucky's bad rolls were there since the second session, and in the second session we were still on the server, so it's not my PC alone that's as a thing up for Lucky. It's apparently the game as a thing up for Lucky. It's not the lucky thing is not me. It's the game. Yes. Don't start thinking that it's just me, Cass. It's not just me. Right, there was something I needed to check out with regards to my character. I was right, my protective polish dropped down to 2 instead of 3. I need to try to see if I can find a way to keep it high. Keep it at 3 if at all possible. Is there anything I can sacrifice? Anything at all? Large monsters become enraged. This is a very powerful skill, and it's in a tier 2 slot. Hellfire Hunt Enduring. There's no space for another protective polish. Damn. What's the augments on this? Affinity sliding, which is wasted. A Wirebug Whisper, which is good, and a lot of slots. Okay, this slot space on this is really powerful. Damn. I definitely need a long rest after the next battle. Yeah, based on what you guys have, the progress you guys have making so far, I'm fairly certain you guys are gonna get a long rest after this current battle. Dealing with the aftermath of the battle is also going to be mainly RP centric, so yeah. Also, I need to do something. Last time I streamed this game, I went up against several really high-end monsters, endgame monsters, and I just realized I forgot to upgrade my new armor. The new armor build that I spent a good chunk of last stream grinding for and then fitting stuff into last stream. I forgot to upgrade those armor pieces, so I've been fighting all those Elder Dragons with massively low defense values. Look at how much defense I'm gaining from this. Yeah, I fucked up last stream. Whoops. Let me make sure that everything is upgraded. Oh yeah, this needs to be upgraded. Hello, Mr. Snyder. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome to the Roost, where we realize just how much we fucked up trying to fight level 200 anomalies with unupgraded armor parts. Whoopsie. How do you get so much? So much what? So much money or so much armor spheres? Armor spheres is very cheap. It's really, really easy to get armor spheres. In fact, I don't really think about getting armor spheres at all. It's something that you get incidentally just from grinding all of these motherfuckers to level 200. Oh my fucking god, I still fucking want to... I want to kill myself after all that insane grind. God fucking damn it. Let's have ourselves some fun, shall we, chat? Let's have some fun. Last stream we spent almost 12 hours grinding just to get to this level, so now we're actually going to enjoy ourselves. Now we're just going to hunt, chat. We're gonna use the new armor that we spent 12 hours last stream, last Monster Hunter stream, grinding for. We're gonna take that armor and we're just gonna use it now and enjoy ourselves. What's the best way? Best way what? To get armor spheres? This. You just do this. You see optional subquests? Just complete them incidentally while you're hunting. Grab this, grab that, and then if you see hunting skills that are easily achievable, grab them as well. And that's how you get 1,000 armor spheres by just grinding monsters. It's something. It's something that I don't think about just because I regularly do this. Anytime I complete some subquests, I'm just like, okay, what else do I take? Okay, take this and this and this and this, and then okay, I don't think about it until I complete a hunt. So yeah. Yeah, I've been doing that. OMG, I need it. Yeah, you've been missing out on so many free armor spheres. It literally takes like 30 seconds for you to go to that menu and take whichever ones you can easily complete, and done. You don't need to think about it. Teehee. But yeah, let's do some hunts, chat. While waiting for my cup noodle to cook. Let's see. I'm hunting a level 200 Anomaly Elder Dragon. I don't know. Which cat should I bring? Let us bring Lucky and Numi. Yeah, run Lucky and Numi. Let's eat. And grab your combat drugs, your armor drugs, demon drugs. Grab your drinks, everyone. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you have for the moment. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Going in 3, 2, 1. Green pie. Cheers, everyone. Okay. Ah, so good. Alright. Let's go. Oh, by the way, disclaimer, chat. Disclaimer. If you guys can see, I have bags under my eyes right now. My brain is exhausted from, like I mentioned earlier, doing a lot of background work over the past like 3 days. So yeah, I might be stuck by this hunt. Excuse my suckage if you notice a high degree of suckage. Like that, missing the fucking wire bug prompt. Fuck. I'm also starving, so yeah, excuse my suckage. I'll try to not suck too much because it's not good to give monsters the suck. Give me that. What? What? Excuse me? Did the bug fucking launch without taking me with it? What the fuck? I've never seen that before. That's actually new. I literally have never seen it before. Okay. That was interesting. To start this hunt, we would want Gold Rathian to apply the poison. So let us grab the last hunting helper and alright. Now let's go. Switch over to combat mode. By the way, Eric, if you don't mind me asking, are you related to Zack Snyder? If you are, I'm a huge fan of Zack Snyder. Right. First things first, eat meats. Drink immunizer, demon powder, no law. Oh, okay, that's fine though. Armor powder, sharpen, fish, red wire bar, change, trigger mount, and let's go. You wish. Oh, that's fine. I appreciate you for being here regardless. You love the Marvel movies? The Marvel movies are okay, at least up until the end of Phase 3. Hi! Hi, bitch. Oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted. No, that's not what I wanted. I don't want to... Oh, fuck. Hang on. Fuck you. Okay, we want to spam fire because we don't want to inflict the poison until... No. Fuck you. Okay, now inflict poison. We want to save the poison until the very last moment. Fuck you, bitch.
怒っているようだ。
ご機嫌斜めかしら。完璧ね。
見習いたいものだ。
Take drugs, cats. Charge. Fuck you.
覚悟。
目標に近づきましょう。
Change. Oh god damn it. I'm positive. Oh. Stab. 2 and launch, slam, burst. Fuck you.
さすが私のお供よ。モンスターに注意して。
モンスターから目を離すな。
リロード。
Okay, that's a lot of chip damage. Oh. Ah, that's not what I wanted. Oh.
手加減なんか来た。
Oh, god damn it. Ah.
順調です。
直良好。
Oh. Fuck you. Fuck you.
さすが私のお供よ。
Side swipe step.
リロード。ほら、これはどう？狙
Oh
わ
god
れた
damn
わ
it.
よ。
I mistimed that. Burst and slam. Oh, god damn it. What? Oh god damn it. Okay, I used the wrong button. Fuck. Oh, wait, leaving? Really? Okay. Okay, yeah. I am doing really awful right now. I made so many mistakes. Fuck.
順調だな。よく
依
やった。
頼完了ですね。
Let me grab this. And wasn't there a red bug around here, or did I already pick it up and forgot? I probably already picked it up and forgot. Oh,
退却。
you need MR? Really?
せい。
Really? You need MR? MR is actually quite easy to grind.
立て直し。
Alright, let me use Tent to charge.
切れ味。
Sharpen.
さすがカムラの砥石。
丁寧な仕事だ。
Eat.
回復はし
食事は
っかりだ。
大事です。
Wait, is he leaving? Yeah, he's leaving. Fuck. Going to the same spot as Horathian. Oh well, it doesn't matter. We'll trigger this anyway.
総流のチャンスよ。
Let's go.
交流ができるぞ。
打ち抜く。
Am I doing other people? Well,
総流を。
friends are more than welcome to join. Or anyone whose name I recognize. You know, regulars.
リロード。
Can I not go up this? Oh, it's here. The limits of what the monsters can climb up and can't climb up seem so arbitrary sometimes.
進捗は良好。
Hi, bitch. Fuck you. That was not the move I wanted to do. Fuck. Shit, I wasted that.
興奮状態のよう。
あらあら。
No, you don't. Fuck you. No. Fuck you. Beam.
一気に攻めるぞ。
And beam. Fucking die.
打ち抜く。
騎士の誇りにかけて。
これで終わりよ。
見事な総流だったな。
見直
Ah,
した。
fuck. Yeah, like I said, I fucked up. That move.
感 射すれば気が利くわね
Fuck you!
進捗記
目標
録を
に近づきました気をつけて
What, really? The cat can't stagger him out of that?
装填
Oh,
リロード
fuck you! Oh, what, really? Mounted?
総流を任せよ
Oh, okay, I guess I'll take him.
お手並み拝見ね
頼んだぞ
I'm just gonna mash him here. Get down on the ground.
今だ
Oops.
総流じゃない
Oh, fucking hell. Why am I making so many damn mistakes? Stab. Slam. Burst.
モンスターから目を
されて
離すな
るわよ
刮目せよ
リロード
せい
Oh, God.
順やるじゃないいい
いい調子
調子のようですね
この気を逃すな
Stab.
目標達成ですおめでとうございます
やり遂げたな
Charge. Burst. Stab. Back up. And charge. Fuck you. Switch. Reload. Slam.
悪く
Burst.
思うな
Swipe and stab. Knockdown again. Perfect. Slam. Burst. And fuck you.
怒りで
ご
あ
機嫌斜めかしらリロ
Oh,
ード
what?
いい働きよ
Excuse me a second, monster.
狩り場での食事も良いものですねさすが私のお供ね
追跡だ
私から逃げワイルドでも
I nearly died a couple times there. Oh. You left a t-shirt? Oh, thanks. I'm actually thinking...
戻りました
Well,
どうします
I'm about to do a slight redesign of this particular outfit, and I'm not sure if this exact t-shirt is staying or not. I have to think about it.
良い食べっぷりだ
もう誰にも感謝する
Powder,
助かった
sharpen. I got you.
切
Welcome.
れ味には常に気を配
How's
る
it going?
食事は
回
大
復はしっかりだ
And cats take your drugs. Swap to blue and start with this.
あらあら怒ってるわね
Rise and form already. Give me that.
気をつけて
攻撃に備えよ
Did he just miss me? Hang on. Could you come over here, please? Thank you. Charge.
一
Fuck
気に攻め
you.
るぞ
いい働きよ
Slam.
死ぬく
自身
Stab.
の誇りにかけて
Slam. Oh, god damn it. Fucking.
狙われ
Oh, god damn it. Okay, I need to get used to using switch skill swap as a counter when I'm in that state. Fuck. you!
突撃
Stab. Back up. Charge. Fuck you. No, you don't. Fuck you. Slam.
興奮状態のようだ
Stab.
せよ
Fuck you.
敵にされてるわよ。てるわよ。
Ah, too early. 3, 4, 5, and slam. Those attacks come out really quickly.
標的にされているぞ騎士の誇りにかけて
Fuck you.
そろそろ決着がつくな
そろそろ幕引きね。
Okay. You know, one really annoying thing about running Hellfire Cloak is that fucking whoa sound effect. That doesn't stop at all. Maybe I should install a mod to get rid of that damn fucking sound effect because it gets really annoying really quickly. So let's see if you make it look cooler. Because that'll be cool shit. Well, I do like the style, but I'm thinking of maybe wearing a sweater. Like a nice off-shoulder sweater. But that's stuff for me to think about when I do the whole Avatar remake thing. That's the insect glaive? Nah, this is a gun lance. Geo, gun lance. And am I going to hunt you? But you're adorable, Kaiju. Why would I want to hunt you? You're not a horny monster looking to use my village as a breeding stock, right? Right? You're nice. Hang on, I fucked it up. Hang on. I need to sharpen. And then eat. And okay. Charge that so that I don't have to worry about it. Now. Fuck you. Alright, that worked.
終わったなさすがだな
I wasted a fish, but oh well. OMG, you're thrashing him. I fucked up so much earlier. Before I got into the good rhythm, because I am actually still starving. I need to eat something.
私も負けてられ
なん
ないわ。
という気迫だ
Cup noodle is ready for me to eat now. And also, I don't know if you know this, but having followers helps a ton. If you take strong followers like Gallius and Lucica as a combo, these two together are insane. They're two of the strongest followers as a combo in the game. And they add a lot. They add so much damage and utility and just general survivability to any build you run just by running those two. I have heard a lot of people like to run the twins, double hunting horn twins, and I can't see why people would like to run double hunting horn twins. But the problem with double hunting horn twins is that their damage is really, really low. So you're relying on them purely as supports rather than a nice balance of support plus tankiness plus DPS and all that. Although the twins on their when they're both hunting horns, they really don't die. So I guess they're fairly tanky just by virtue of all the support plus they apply to each other and onto you. But they don't do any damage at all. Barely any damage. Can't remember if I took a picture. There's a really nice picture. Just goes to show how starving I am right now. Okay, you guys mind if I eat my cup noodle? But yes, Snyder. If you want to join us for hunts and stuff, stick around and interact with me. Once I get to know you a bit better and get used to you, then yeah, you're more than welcome to join us on hunts. Also, I semi-regularly play this game off of streams, and usually when I do, I chill out in my Discord in one of my voice channels, and yeah, in those situations it's a lot easier to reach out to me and just do like 1 or 2 hunts with me. That's usually, yeah, every now and then I usually get on to Discord hunt to do like maybe 2, 3, 4 hunts and then hop off, so yeah. And I'm more open to just grouping up to hunt with whoever when off stream, you know. It's easier that way and more comfy. Excuse me, coughing. Suits her, that's not her model. Lol. Okay, yeah, technically, I'm a trap. This is a trap avatar. That's why I have no tits at all. Oh, I take it as a compliment. Boy, yes. Yeah, I'm a trap. Why is my throat so congested? Hang on. Okay, I'm good. It's a nice outfit. Ah, thanks. I'm actually thinking of changing up my outfit a bit. For one, the skirt is being replaced by by some shorts, and this top, I'm not sure if I want to keep this top as is or replace it with an off-shoulder sweater. If you guys have been around my Twitch streams, you would have seen my off-shoulder sweater, although I can try to see if I can have a image of my off-shoulder sweater. I took a bunch of images actually for YouTube thumbnails. Let me see if I can use and repurpose one to show you guys what the off-shoulder sweater looks like. Mm. Let me see. Thumbnails. No, wait, here. That's why they're supposed to be here. I saved them here? No, I did not. Wait, where did I save these? Wait, did I not organize them yet? I did organize them. Where did I put them? Did I accidentally put them into here? No. Did I put them into TTRPG? No. Did I straight up just not take any pictures of my sweater? I could have sworn I did. Oh wait, here they are. Here they are. Okay, yeah. Apparently I'm blind. Yeah, I can't spot things when. Well, most of you guys regulars would already know that I have really bad sight blindness, and no wait, what was the term for it? Inattentive blindness. Yes. I have really bad inattentive blindness, and when I'm hungry, it gets worse. Looks even better on a female version. Well, I have two. A male version and a female version. But okay, let me show you guys. That is the sweater. The off-shoulder sweater. I'm trying to put together an outfit. Do I have just this top, or do I have the off-shoulder sweater plus this top, or do I just have the off-shoulder sweater on its own without the top? Do I replace the I have no tits stuff on my on my top with this? Yeah, things I have to decide. Oh, I can decide that over time. Is there a dick? Wait, disc? I assume you mean dick. Yes, of course that's dick. Of course. I'm still a guy after all. So how's the Valstrex armor upgraded? Ryzen Valstrex? Ryzen Valstrex armor is insane. Also, hello Errol, welcome. Welcome. If you want, I can show you the skills on it, but yeah, it is fucking insane. Some people are using parts of Valstrex armor just as slot holders, even if they don't like the skill, but the skills themselves are pretty damn powerful on their own as well. There's a new skill called Dragon Conversion, where you convert all elemental resistance into elemental attack, and You know how you know how you have multiple elemental resistances, right? This skill totals all elemental resistance. It doesn't average it, it totals it. It takes the combined total of all of your elemental resistance and then adds it to elemental attack. Of course, it drains your elemental resistances when it does that. It sets it to 0 when it does so, but still, it's crazy what this thing does. Anybody who runs elemental builds would want this. I have seen charge blades doing SAEDs, and each tick of SAED is like 1400 damage or something crazy like that. It's insane how much elemental damage dragon conversion gives you. Unfortunately for me, I'm a gunlance user, so yeah, I don't benefit from this at all. But I did take the Valstrax boost because the Valstrax boots on its own give this stun resistance 3, attack boost 2, critical boost 1. And it gives that slot space. This is a very strong all-round armor. Just in terms of slot space and the skills it gives you. Stun resistance 3 on an armor right from the get-go with that kind of slot space and attack and damage and all that stuff. This is really good. So yeah, I upgraded my boots to away from Basilge's boots over to this, even though Basilge's boots were the de facto go-to gunless boots for the longest time. This is now my boots, even without any gunless specific skills, just because of how good the slot space and skill efficiency is on this boots. Gives you so much stuff. It also gives stamina surge, which is meh. It's a good quality of life skill for your dual blades actually. Although technically, if you're dual bladed, you have the infinite stamina fighting style, which means stamina surge really doesn't do much, but oh well, it's there as a utility if you want it. You have latent power, crit boost, but that doesn't have dragon converter. That has dragon converter. So yeah. All of its pieces has really good slot space as well. Tier 4, Tier 2, double Tier 4s, Tier 4 and 2 Tier 1s, Tier 4 and 2 Tier 1s again, Tier 4 and Tier 3. That's Ryzen Valstrax, yep, that's Ryzen Valstrax. Fair warning though, Ryzen Valstrax is insane. Even fighting normal Ryzen Valstrax outside of anomalies, he does an insane amount of damage and he is really aggressive. I don't know what he's going to be like once they release a Ryzen an Anomaly Ryzen Valstrax. That's going to be hell. And yeah, but a lot of Ryzen armors actually have really good skill and slot efficiency, so you'll find a lot of endgame builds, if you haven't already used them, a lot of endgame builds use a mixture of Ryzen armor parts with different armors. In my case, I use Renault Plus braces just because of this augmentation roll. This augment roll I have on this Rhenoplos braces, even though technically Rhenoplos braces is not considered best in slot for even for gun lances. This roll, this augment roll on this brace is so good that I would have to get a perfect roll on a Ryzen armor just for it to equalize this. It doesn't give any Ryzen armor, any Ryzen armor I can use right now can't surpass this in terms of slot efficiency. It can't equalize this, so getting a god roll on that would just allow this would just allow a Ryzen armor to equalize it. So yeah, it's unlikely I'm going to use Ryzen armor in this place. This, however, the only reason I'm using this is because of protected polish plus slot space. If I can find a more efficient way to get protected polish plus all of this slot space, then yeah, I would switch, but right now I can't think of anything. Gotta go, have fun, alright. Good luck with your stream, Cass. Oh, by the way, if you guys ever enjoy watching Chill, Echo, or 7 Days to Die streams, Cass the Tatis over there, my mod, she streams over on Twitch. So yeah. You guys ever want to watch 7 Days to Die or Echo content, or even some VR chat content? He's a good person to follow. On Twitch, not on YouTube. She doesn't stream on YouTube. Let me see if I can find her channel, by the way. Also, yes, I know I've said this multiple times, but I'm starving. I need to eat my cup noodle. So excuse me, I'm gonna chat while I eat my cup noodle. I'll still be here. Still have chill chat times while I eat my cup noodle. I believe this is her channel, right?
Dashing.
Oh god. Oh, fuck. Fuck off, Twitch. Okay. Fucking Twitch autoplay. Advertisements, but yeah. That's a channel. You've got the Grand Eye on. Remind me again which monster drops Grand Ire. I remember armors by the monster that drops them, not their names. It's hard for me to remember their names. I remember the monster that drops it rather than the name. Okay, give me a second. Let me take off my BDSM chest harness so that I can eat this cup without worrying about dropping anything. Today I'm eating Nissin cup noodle chicken mushroom flavor. Nissin is the good shit. The really nice cup noodle. Better than any others I've ever had. And it's from Japan too, so yeah, that's how you know it's good. Fancy shit? Yeah. Nissin cup noodle is actually one of the best There are a couple of others from Japan that are also really good, but Nissin is big enough that they expanded to many different places. They have a factory in Indonesia, I believe, so we are able to produce Nissin cup noodles locally. Well, relatively locally. And get it for much cheaper as opposed to importing it directly from Japan. Costs like only half the price. Of course, the stuff from Japan is always the best, but it's not double the price worth the best.
腕が鳴るね。
Let me see, which one is Grand Ire again? Is that the Furious Rajang armor? I think it's the Grand... Well, no, that's... No, yeah, it is the Furious Rajang armor. Yeah, I've heard that a lot of dual blade hunters like to use the Furious Rajang armor. I once tried to see if I could fit a piece of Furious Rajang armor, or at least the skill. Yeah, the Furious skill onto my build, but sadly I couldn't. Furious is one of those skills where it's nice to have, but in the end it's not worthwhile. There are other skills that are more high priority. Oh, if you guys want to know what my skill build is? That. This massive list of utility and defensive skills with some attack skills. A lot of utility, a lot of defensive, just some attack. Because I'm a tank hunter. My builds? All my builds are about consistency. Even my insect glaive. Technically it's been ages since I updated my insect glaive. I think I haven't updated it since what? Title update 1 or 2? I can't remember. But yeah, my secondary weapon in this game, at least in Rise, is insect glaive. It used to be at least back in Monster Hunter World and like Monster Hunter Portable Threat, I used to switch between gun lance and sword and shield. And then in World, starting out it was gun lance, in Iceborne it was sword and shield. But in Rise I really don't like what they did with sword and shield. So my backup weapon in Rise is the insect glaive. I think I'll wait until Title Update 5 comes out, then I'll update my insect glaive. Here's Rajan drop Grand Eye. Yep. I know. Yeah, skills also. Well, these are all my armor skills. All of them. This build I'm using right now is very recent. I only just switched over to it because I just reached level 200 in Anomalies last stream. And I'm very happy about the fact that I reached level 200. Because prior to this, I couldn't run Hellfire Cloak. Hellfire Cloak is a skill that I've always wanted to have, but I couldn't run it. Now thanks to reaching level 200 Anomaly, I was able to fit it in. The spare shot messes it up. Do I have spare shot somewhere? Oh, do you mean the spare shot inside the Furious Rajang armor? Well, that's what the augmentation process is for. I kind of augmented away one level of speed sharpening. You'll change it up when you get further? Ah, I see. Alright. Yep. Either augment it or replace it with a more slot efficient armor piece. You have options, usually. If something is inefficient. Depending on what anomaly rank you are, I wish you luck though, because getting to AR 200 takes fucking ages. It's insane. I think I'll fucking hang myself if I have to go through that grind again. Hate it so much. Oh. Speaking of armor sets though, now that I technically remade my armor recently to fit all those Ryzen parts, maybe I should try to see if I can change up my chest armor, because my chest armor is not that great. Let's see. Is there any other chest armor I could use that could be more slot efficient? Let's see what we can find. Is this the one I'm using right now? Yeah, Master Rank 88. It's not Master Rank that's the problem, it's the Anomaly rank. Although, okay, to be fair, if you're only Master Rank 88, then your Anomaly rank won't be that high either. So, I wish you luck, but yeah. Master Rank won't take you that long to raise, it's the Anomalies. This rank up here, that's not as important. You can raise it quite readily, quite easily. This is the rank that's important. This right here. That's the most important number in this game with regards to the grind. A lot of the optimization that you're going to want to do is locked by this. Not this, it's this. You will get everything that is unlocked by this way before you get everything that's unlocked by this. So yeah, good luck. Yeah, like I said, the grind gonna fucking strangle the devs. I swear, if Title Update 5 comes out and then they make it so that you have to get to what Anomaly rank, something like 300 to get the final bits of unlocks, I'm going to fucking strangle them. It's getting to 200 already took ages. Like, I'm gonna be fucking pissed if they make us go through that process all over again. But yeah, okay. Let me see, is there any slot efficient chest armor? We're looking for anything with double stack of Mind's Eye or Protected Polish or Hellfire Cloak or Guard, Evade Extender, things like that with good slot space. So let's see. In terms of skills, this is actually one of the most slot efficient. But it's not. But it's got really awful deco slots, so yeah. Not worth it. Not even if I were to augment this, could this be worth it, so no. I already have recovery up, so no. Item prolonger 2. No, item prolonger 2 on its own. It's not slot efficient. And a protected polish. Okay, thinking about it, it could theoretically get better slot space than my current armor if I augment it and I get a really good roll, because I do run item prolonger. The female is wasted and I don't mind trading away the female. So you know what, we'll make one and then we're going to continue looking. Let's see. This is no, is it? Mind's Eye, but only level 1. No, it has to be a double stack of skills that I want. One level Mind's Eye is not enough. Nope. Hellfire Club, but only one level and shit slots. Nope. Nope. Level 1 part breaker. Nope. Nope, slot space are garbage. Evade extended level 2. But the slot space is not good. Nope. The piece with the item prolonger was worth more. Although, you know what, I'll just make it. I think I'm making it. There's so many parts anyway. Rathalos with no, not worth it. I have a level of redirection from a decal here. Nah, this armor is not slot efficient. It became not slot efficient ages ago. Double stack of part breaker. Where am I getting part breaker from? from there. And then it's in my deck, almost my charm, right? Depending on how this augments, it could become more worth using. I would have to roll really good on augments. We'll keep that around. Maybe it'll be worth using. Evade window. No. No. Well, Xeno, right, I already swapped out of this because of how slot inefficient it was. Nope. Male Hellfire is not something I want. Build up boost. Theoretically, build up boost could be good, but Aquarius blessing is meh. One level of Wirebug Whisperer. I would have to augment in a lot of good slots and then Wirebug Whisperer. Yeah, the amount of slots I have to augment it, it's highly unlikely I'll find anything good from this. Crucial Blessing? No, this is worthless to me. Elemental? No. Slot space on this is better though. But the skills are garble, so no, not gonna use it. Yeah, not gonna use it. Taking it slow? Oh, okay, that's fine. I think I'll be taking it slow. Alright, well, you know what? We'll just make this as well. Let me save and time to save scum. Chat. Normally I do not advocate for saves coming, but due to how BS the fucking random upgrades are in this game, I say fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care. Saves come all you want. Fucking random ass upgrades, I swear. Alright, let's see what we can find. Let's go, chat. Time to gamble. That is garble. Garbage. Bitter, but a lot of wasted points, so. No. Wasted because I already have artillery in max artillery in the arm slot, so no. As much as I would like to have Dragon Hunt, no, there are higher priority skills I want. Losing one item for longer for our mind's eye, it defeats the purpose. Losing item prolonger for blood right defeats the purpose. Stop giving me fucking artillery, goddamn. Wait, it's artillery plus Hellfire Cloak. Freeing up a slot of Hellfire Cloak could be... Oh, god damn it. Yes, keep augmenting. Another level of blood rate. I lose the slot space though, no. I don't want to lose the slot space. Losing a free meal in exchange for that slot space. Let me think. When my current slot space on. No, okay, yeah, I need to... In order for this to be better than my current armor, I need it to not lose item prolonger. Give me a skill I want plus increase slot space by at least tier 2. Yeah, okay, let's keep going. Damn it. You're not far in Slugger. Fuck. Welcome to... Okay, this is... Fuck. Okay, let me think. With that amount of slot space increase, would that be worth? I take the polish. No, this isn't worth it. It has to be not lose item prolonger, get a skill I want, and oh, fuck, Wind Mantle. Wind Mantle is a skill that I want, but it's not the skill that I need. Yeah, not lose item prolonger, get a skill I need, plus a slot space increase. This is the face of Monster Hunter Rise endgame. You just stare at this fucking screen and gamble. Damn it. Damn it. Oh god damn it, really? Stop taking away item power, god damn it. Nope. Oh god damn it. I feel like the game is taunting me. Taking away my item prolonger. Even though I keep saying, do not take away my item prolonger. Eh. No. No. I don't think I can. Okay, maybe I can get the roll I want to, but the game isn't giving it to me. Motherfucker. It keeps taking away item prolonger to give me mind's eye, which defeats the purpose. Intrepid Heart. If I wasn't already level 200, that would be good, but no. Yeah, why does it keep taking away item prolonger to give me protected polish? Fuck! Is item prolonger really worth that much? I doubt it. It sometimes gives me stuff like this by taking away free meal. Okay, this is very good. This is very good. Losing free meal, gain a slot and 2 skills I won. Okay, this could be a more efficient armor change. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, fuck. It loses an item prolonger and a female. Fuck. Wait, I didn't know that could happen. Since when could the game mess with 3 skills? What the fuck? More than 3 skills. I thought the game could only mess with 3, not 4 skills. Shit! Shit. Hmm. With this right now, and here it comes up to no, I kind of want to lose a hellfire. Nope. No, it's still not better than my current armor. I keep fucking yeah, let's try to see if we can get something better. Yeah, I have legit never seen this before. I always thought that it could only change 3 skills. I didn't know it could change 4. Huh. Wow. Nope, that loses a item belonger. Fuck that shit. Nope. Far is nice, but not worth it. Nope. No. No. I'm pissed at the game for debating me. Having a fucking second page to that menu. Fuck you, game. Got me excited for nothing, motherfucker. No. 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 Now it gives me fucking artillery. And I don't need it anymore. And it still keeps taking away all my item prolonger instead of all my speed eating. Would it kill you to take away all my speed eating instead? Okay, I need to think about this. I'm getting an additional level of blood, right? But I did not. Where's my blood right coming from? It's coming from my gloves. Right, it was augmented onto my gloves. I'll need more of that in my gloves. Okay, you know what? Fuck it, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
いつでも待ってる
Don't
よ
care. Quit title screen, continue while saving, yes. We're done. That armor is failed. We're not going to use that. Time to save scum the other armor. Lots of saves coming. And I'll search for optimized armor.
いや来たねよし燃えてきた
Alright, what was the other chess piece we considered? There was one of these, wasn't it?
みんなを助けるためこれが私にできること全身全霊で強化させてもらうよ
It wasn't this, there was another one. Which chess piece was I considering? Is it something I've augmented already? It's not this. It's that. Double Potbreaker Mind's Eye Foray. You know what? Let's try to augment this, see if I can get anything good. By sacrificing Foray. Please get rid of Foray and give me something good. Although thinking about it, it's highly unlikely you'll give me something good just because there's a higher rarity armor. You'll have less points to play with. I don't have much faith in this armor. damn it. I swear the game has a fucking desire sensor. It keeps taking away the skill that I want to keep. Yeah, look at this. It took away Pathbreaker to give me Embolden. Fuck this shit. Using foil was for sneak attack would be good if it wasn't for the if only it gave me something else with it. Either another skill evolve or some slot space. It doesn't look like this armor is gonna give me what I want either. No. No. I swear, this darn game gives me fucking artillery when I don't need it. Yeah, they're all there's buffs of the drop rate of artillery. If they did, that'd be annoying. No. Really? Fuck off. No. No. Fuck off. No. 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 God damn it. Really? You give me blood right now? Yeah, this game is a fucking desire sensor. It gives me skills that I wanted ages ago, but I don't want now. This game is fucking taunting me, chat. God damn it. God fucking damn it. God. Give me fucking some combination of things I can use. God damn it. And stop giving me fucking artillery. I don't need anymore. God. Of course it took away Part Breaker. God fucking damn it. Is two levels of Part Breaker really worth that much? Seriously. Okay, let's think about this. Do I gain anything from this? A level 1 slot. I'm losing Forwig and gaining Hellfire Cloak. Although technically the Hellfire Cloak is already fits elsewhere. And I don't really get... Yeah, this isn't giving me anything. Well, it's giving me one of this, which is... Yeah, no. Not worth messing up this armor just for that. Okay, yeah. This armor failed. Let's get out of here. I don't think I can get anything that's more efficient. That's like the... I'm approaching the hard limit of efficiency. Yeah. Get back into my chest harness. There we go. Okay, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm not gonna be able to make this more efficient, I think. Not without a really, 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 really lucky roll. We'll keep an eye out. Maybe one day I'll be able to replace the alloy meal with something. It's pretty darn good due to this plus Wirebug Whisperer. The Infinity Sliding is trash, of course, but oh, let's hunt something. Let's hunt. You know what? I want to hunt Chaotic Gore. Which Chaotic Gore is the best? Oops, oops. That one is not the best anymore. Hey, let's go. Time to hunt Chaotic Gore. Actually, wait, hang on. Switch Gallius over to Switch X. Against Chaotic Gore, he's better on Switch X. Hey, let's see, who do I want to take with me versus Chaotic Gore? Chaotic Gore? Numi needs to be replaced with Eretica, and we'll take Foxley, but first we need Taxi. Right. Enough brain. Mind-numbing fucking gambling. Time for a hunt. Let's go, chat. Grab your demon drug and armor drug. Bye. Cheers, everyone. I feel a little bit better now that I've eaten my cup noodle. Might snack on some biscuits to give myself a little bit more sugar later, but oh well. We'll see if I can, if one decent cup noodle will sustain me. Let's go, Chan.
行くぞ。いい調子だ。
Up. Give me that. Yoshi. Charge. Excuse me. Sorry. My throat's been feeling a bit dry lately. I mean, not dry, sore. Maybe the D&D, no, not D&D, Pathfinder game I ran is straining my throat a little. But oh well. I have a lot of fun running Pathfinder, so I would not trade it for anything. Hey, let's go here. Buddies. What was I taking? Foxley, right? God, I can feel my brain lagging.
食事は大事です。
良い食べっぷりだ。
Need to wake up. Need to wake up. I have a feeling that Kushala Dara is going to move.
恩に切るぞ。
良い砥石を使っています。
常に手入れは怠るな。
And it's going to make me waste my...
回復はしっかりだ。
狩り場での食事。良いものです。
Are you leaving? Yup. You motherfucker. Oh, you didn't go very far, so... It's fine, it's fine. This still works. Give me that. Give me that. And... Let's go. Come here. You're helping me.
総流ができるぞ。
総流できるわよ。
Let's go.
言うことを聞きなさい。思いっきり
Hi, chaotic car.
寄り道もほどほどにな。
Would you like to meet a real Elder Dragon?
見つけた。
No. Are you going to rage, please? Yes, thank you. Okay. No, we fuck him up.
突撃。怒りで荒れているな。
Fuck you. I think I messed up that attack pattern. Oh,
決まったわ。いい総流じゃない。
素晴らしい
cats, drugs, change, charge. Let's go. Come here. Fuck you. Stab. Nope. Oh fuck. Oh my god, that did so much damage. Oh fucking hell. Yeah. Hey, have an explosion in your fucking face. That didn't knock him over. That's not good. Oh, good job.
さあ、一気に攻めるぞ。
Oh, that knocked him over. Huh. Interesting. Fuck you. Tired? Okay. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stab. Good job, cats. Slam. Oh. Stay right there. Fuck you. Oh, one of the boss can handle that. Get it? Stab. Take this. and
これでどうだ
charge. Fuck you. That was the wrong time to use your shock thing. Cat.
さあ一気に攻めるぞ
Fuck you. I have no idea what's going on. Slam burst. Side swipe. One more. Slam. Good job. Fuck you. Stab. Fuck you. Side swipe. Stab. Wait, what? She's gone down, really? That's rare. No, you don't.
一気に
He's gonna stay still.
覚悟怒りで荒れているな
Ugh. Oh, god damn it! Bitch!
標的にされているぞ
He released my fucking blue spider. Fuck. Oh, leaving? Alright. Yeah, the asshole made me waste my blue spider. Shit, that was my only blue spider. Right, it's faster if I travel to camp and use the campsite.
戻りました。
Oh. Naga's moving.
切れ味
警戒は
復
怠る
活です。
丁寧な
さすが
仕事だ
カムラの砥石。
Naga.
食事は大事。
Naga. Yeah, boy. You gonna help me?
総流ができるぞ
チャンスよ。
That's not the move I want. That's the move I want. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
そちらはま
Hey, Chaos. I'm here to kill Chaos. Chaos killed my wife and fucked my dog. No!
ご機嫌斜めかし
Oh, that didn't stagger Naga? Interesting.
ら。順調です。
No.
やるじゃない。
今だ突撃
これくらい当然
よくや
です。お
った
めでとうございます。
Fuck you. Please don't miss. Okay, thank you.
これで終わりよ。
見習いたい
Cats, drugs?
騎士の誇りにかけて
Alright. You realize you're aiming for me.
さすが私のお供ね。
That was a very weird hitbox. Eh, what happened?
リロード。装填。
Did we stagger him out of an attack when he was in the air? How the hell does that one attack do so much damage?
狙われているか
こ
You coming? Thank you. Fuck you. Slam and fly. Slam, burst. Good job, cat. Oh. We have a mount and Crimson Glow Valstrax. Okay, hang on. Hang on. We're gonna use Valstrax. We should be able to kill him with this. Hi! Val, you helping us? He's hiding in the tunnel entrance. Come on out! Come on out, monster! Right over here. There you go. Well, he's dead. Hehe. I actually like fighting Chaotic Gore. It's a really fun fight. Alas, poor Luchika. She keeps eating shit when fighting Chaotic Gore though. Just because of how large his attacks are. She doesn't know how to dodge attacks that are not aimed at her. Sometimes I look at this hibiscus and it feels like something that should be a lootable thing, but it's not. It's just a piece of scenery.
任務達成。お疲れ様でした。どうも。
I always like using Valstrax. He's my favorite monster. Another gold Rathian, huh? I forgot to turn on autosave. We should do that. Let me do that. Oh wait, shit. I forgot about Melder. Nothing good. Should I try to get Hellfire Cloak? Or Partbreaker? Hang on, let me check the formula for this because when it comes to figuring out which charm to roll for, there is a hidden internal cost, and it's better to roll for skills that have a lower cost and those with a higher cost. Let me see. But augment, no. Where is the... Is it under math dump? Deco chart. Read deco. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for charms. Max talisman skill slots by. Is this what? Yep, this is the chart I'm looking for. Okay. If you guys want, let me see here. I can show you what I'm looking at. Let's see. We want to look for skills where the maximum of first level skill is 3. Aurora. Yeah, there's this all like skill grades and max slots that you can get with said skill grades. There's all these weird combination stuff that you have to pay attention to. Moonbow. We're not looking for Moonbow though, we're looking for Aurora. This is the only Aurora stuff. Okay, so let's see. B. Selected skill, first skill. 100% get second skill, but lower chance, same as rebirth, to get high grade skill. Slots are somehow downgraded. You never got a level 4 slot, the level, but it's worth it, or it gives so good odds to get a good charm. Right, so we are looking for the skills that are specifically grades B and C. Because grades B and C would have the best chance of getting a good deco slots and good skill slots, you know? So let's see. Crit eye. What are the good skills we want? Protected polish would be a good skill to get. Mind's eye, but no, protected polish only have up to level 2. We're looking for skills that can go up to level 3. Guard can go up to level 3. She's stagger. Evade extender. Evade window. They're both grade B. That's what I'm rolling for right now. Part breaker is grade B. Huh, I didn't know that. Helix. What about Whisperer? Oh, if Part Breaker is grade B, maybe I should be rolling for Part Breaker instead. The last time I rolled for Part Breaker though, I was getting really bad rolls. But maybe it'll be worth it for me to try to roll for Part Breaker again. Let's try. Right. Double check something. Regards of my decos. Evade extender. Evade extender is a tier 2 deck. It only gets you 2 levels of it. Okay. So in the end it comes out to about the same, huh? Yeah, it comes out to about the same. Hang on. What does the formula say about rank B with rank B? So I could theoretically get better slots with 2 rank B skills. I just need to get lucky. So you know what? Yeah, we'll try to see if we can get lucky with slots with 2 rank B skills.
会議クエストに挑まれますか？
That's not a Rathian. Rathian, we need that. Load up. Yeah. And cats, which cats do I want? Let us use, you know what, we'll use Makia. I haven't had to win Makia for a while. Oops. Oh, my friend stopped streaming, so give me a second. Let me. I'll start eating while I fix up my lurk window. There we go. More combat jugs check. Armor jug. Demon jug. Green pie. Cheers. Right, let's go.
さあ、行くわよ。急いでちょうだい。
頼むぞ。
お願いね。
いい調子だ。
Get up there. Thank you. Still going? Yep, we're still going. We're hunting an Anomaly Gold Rathian right now. Yoshi!
手加減なんか期待しないことね。
Sorry, Luchika. Teehee.
頼むぞ。
行くわよ。お願いね。
We... I don't know when you had to stop watching, but... We did a whole bunch of gambling earlier and figured out that, yeah, no. There was no way for me to improve the efficiency of my armor without getting a god roll. And I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm not going to struggle to get that god roll.
急いでちょうだい。
行くぞ。
さあ、行くわよ。
Wait, I just realized something. Are those? Oh! I never knew that there was a... God damn it. You fucking useless dog! God damn it! Get the fuck out of the... Get fucking... You hopped. Unite? What? Freedom Unite? Oh, Freedom Unite? Ah, that's my home. I.
戻りました。
It's where I started. Way back when. How old is it? What? 13 years old now? Pokemon? Oh, Pokemon Unite. Okay. I thought you meant Freedom Unite. Monsanto Freedom Unite.
取りました。
That's where I started. Something like 11, 13 years ago? Sorry. If you mention Unite with no context and I'm playing Monsanto, I'm going to think Freedom Unite because, yeah, Monsanto.
助かった感謝する
Hi,
目標確
could
認
you fight, please?
手加減はせん
Red mode
興
already?
奮状態のよ
What, really?
う総流ができるぞ
Tobikajachi won? Huh. That's less than ideal. Bonk
こちら
and
は任せる
bonk.
総攻撃だ
Come here.
見事な総流だったな
I would expect the anomaly monster to win, but no! The normal monster won. Fucking. Fuck up! Right.
もらった
順調です
Slam and
そうだない
い調子のようです
slam. Finisher. Oh, well. I hope you had fun in Pokemon
素晴らし
Unite,
い総流
and
だ
I hope you killed all the 12-year-olds. Kill the children! Kill all the fucking children!
悪く思うな
Fuck you! No! Fuck you! Fuck you!
急いで治療しなさい
一気に攻めるぞ
Slam, burst, change, and oh! Good job, everyone. Fuck you. Change, hop,
刮目せよ
slam. Oh, fucking
行くぞ
faced the wrong way. Fuck you.
私を本気にさせたな
She's gonna stay still. So, fuck you. Stab. Slam.
進捗は良好
怒りで荒れているな
さすが私のお供ね
Oh wow.
きちんと直すのよよみがえるやるじゃない
Fuck you. Stab. Not killed yet. Really? Oh, there you go.
順調です
Switch. Charge. Fuck you. And paralyzed. Good job.
騎士の
Change.
誇りにかけて
Fly. Slam, burst, side swipe, reload. Step.
気をつけろ
Oh, that hurt.
もらった
Fuck you.
あとは私に任せろ
Oh god. I thought she was leaving. Apparently not. Fuck you. No, you don't. Fuck you. Snowball and charge.
いい調子だ悪く思うな
Good job. Slam, burst, side swipe, stab, launch, slam, burst. No, you don't. Oh, really? That procced my intrepid? Give me that. She's gonna stay still. Fuck you. No. Oh. Think you can?
私を本気にさせたな
Slam.
興奮状
Fuck
態の
you.
ようだ
She's gonna do that twice. Now I go. I need to sharpen.
活目せよ
Slam, burst, stab.
騎士の誇りにかけて
Ah, damn it. I mistimed that.
治療しておく
Oh well. She's leaving. All I did was miss at last.
目標に近づきました
Bullet barrage. It's not the worst.
やり遂げました
Where is Narga? Down there. Alright, let's go here. They just added Gudra. I'm not familiar with Gudra. Must be one of the newer Pokemon. Need it? How much progress do you make to unlocking it? Hopefully it doesn't take too long to unlock. No, wait, no. I don't need to refresh that just yet. Sharpen. Fish.
良い食べっぷりだ
Change. Warbug. Let's go. I almost missed that.
任せよ
I have a really bad habit of switching to Red Scroll. I should stop doing that actually. Oh. Let's go. Hi, Batch. What? Did it actually fire the fireball, but it didn't actually take? You know, I'm not gonna question it.
今だ突撃
Swipe and tail slam.
思うな
Fuck you.
事な総流だったな。
Slam,
行く
burst,
ぞ。
swipe, and stab. Cat strikes.
直しておいた砲撃に。
Fuck you, bitch. What?
一気に攻めるぞ。
Okay, I find it really annoying that allies have a high propensity to do that. What's causing that? I don't want you to enable a mount. I want you to actually fight. Oh well. Bonk. And bonk.
これくらい当
And
然ですおめでとうござい
bonk.
ます
よくやった。
Oh.
片付いたか。
I didn't think I was gonna kill him with that. Oh well.
よく言われます
I'll take it.
敬意を表して
せい。
Tee.
予定通りです順調です
ちょっと良好。
There's a
獲物いえモンスターを
snail
どこ
here.
でしょうか
Next, I want to hunt a Tealstra.
なかなか充
Tealstra
実
has
した時
been
間で
my
した余裕で
nemesis
す
since Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Should be interesting. Hunting a Anomaly Ryzen Tealstra. I don't think I've hunted one of them yet. Silver Rustles. Oh, I've been looking for it. I forgot to switch my save, autosave over. I need to do that. Let's do it. Save. There we go. Sales market. Right. Let's go.
ただいまお値引き中おめでとうちょっと緊張
Ugh, garbage.
いくぞ今後ともごひいきに
Anyway, hang on. Oh, Harry wants to talk to me.
どうも。ご
協力
またね。
You got anything else for me? Yep, you do.
そんじゃね。
Anything else? You know, the only thing annoying about having autosave on is the fact that ever since Sunbreak was released, the autosave takes longer and longer and longer to complete. I don't know what the hell they did to the save file, but it takes so fucking long now.
何やら心が温まります
I feel like they definitely did something wrong to the save file, where the time it takes to write to the save file ended up being twice as long. This doesn't feel like something that would normally occur. It feels like it's some kind of save bloat or some shit like that. Ooh, we have a contract to hunt chaotic gore for 5 rounds. Okay, I don't want to hunt chaotic gore for 5 rounds. So, let's do a Teostra. I want a Teostra. Where did I put my Teostra? Toaster, where are you? Do I not have a toaster? Where's my toaster quest? Do I not have a toaster quest? Teostra! Right. Sub 200. Damn.
あなた様の存在がとても心強く、チッチはちっとも怖くなんかありません。
Hmm. Damn. You know what? Let's bring Tilsta up to post 200. Why not? Why not? He explodes a lot. Gallius needs his shield for this. Let's see. Which cat do I want to run versus Toaster? Toaster specifically. Right, I need Dying Lazy for Toaster, so we'll run Numi and Dying Lazy. More armor trucks and demon trucks. Rapid trucks, everyone. Going in 3, 2, 1. Green fly. Gotta be prepared for the hunt though. Meow. You know, I have quite a few friends who can purr. I really wish I could learn how to do that. There are people who say you can learn how to do it, but I haven't been able to force myself to learn how to do it. Something I've always wanted to do. When a foxley purrs in my ear, it's like, oh. Instant neuron activation. It's been quite a while since I've heard Foxley purr. She doesn't do it that often anymore. I miss it. Well, that's fine. I still get to dance with Foxley, so it's all good. Alright. Switch out to Dying. I need Dying to help keep me alive against this motherfucker, because he's the bane of my existence. Right.
焦らずとも良いぞ。
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
助かった。
感謝するわ。誰にも私は止められない。気が利くわね。
恩に切るぞ。常
武器の
に
手入れ
手入れは
は大切
怠るな。
ですね。
Let's go.
回復はしっかりな。
良いものですね。
You better not be leaving, you motherfucker. We just fucking got here, you fucking bitch. Fuck you! Oh, god damn it! Come back here! I swear, if that procced your mounting state, don't you dare! Okay, you didn't proc your mounting state. Good. Stay right there, bitch! There we go. Wait, no, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Let's go. Hi, Toaster. Come find me over here, please. Toaster. Good boy.
目標発見
Stab him. Need to stab him in the ass because his wife isn't here to peg
総
him.
攻撃だ
So we'll do the pegging. Fuck you. One more. And one more big one. Shove it right up his fucking ass.
素晴らしい
Cats,
総理を
drugs.
いるようだ
Fuck you.
行くぞ
Oh. Fuck you. Stab. Slam. Burst. Side swipe. And that was the wrong move to do.
加減
Oh,
はせん
oh wow. Alright, I'll take it. Fuck you.
私を
Thank you,
本
cat.
気にさせたな
Oh, wait, really? Okay, I'm not used to that attack. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, it missed me. Alright, that's fine.
興奮状態 薬は
Fuck you. Really? The hitbox extends all the way back there? Good job, cat.
一気に攻めるぞ
Slam.
悪
Burst.
く思うな
Side swipe. What's he doing? Oh, right. Fuck you. Oh.
総流を
You know what?
任せ
I'll
よ
have one of the bots take care of him. I need to resharpen. What? Oh god damn it, really? My fucking explosion procced it.
腕前を
Okay, you know
見
what?
せて
Fuck it. I'm just going to bonk his head here. Okay, we learned something new that apparently my fucking explosion can proc a mount.
見習いたいものだ
Fuck you. I need to eat, so give me a minute.
良
Thank you.
い食べっぷりだ騎士の誇りにかけて
Come on, get stunned. Fuck you.
攻め時だな
That was the wrong time to get a fucking stun. Shit! We wasted the stun.
正気
手加減なんか感謝することね。ぶち抜く。
しっかりしろ。
しかないわ。
Really? Get up!
これで大丈夫？
助かった。
待たせたわね。
もらった。
Oh wow, he cancelled out of it. Okay, okay.
怒っているよ
興奮し
う
てるみたい。
だ。狙われているぞ。
注意して。
Come on. That explosion extends further than it appears. Oh my god.
私から逃げられるのでまだいいところじゃない。
Hey. Yuchika's about to explode. Oh. Where's
無理
Pisarius?
せず休め。
Down she goes.
戻りました。どうし
Having only 2 levels of protective polish is less than ideal. But there's nothing I can do about it right now.
回復はしっかりだ。
食事は大事です。
The only way for me to get protective polish back up is if I got a god roll with my
切れ味は
charm
常に気を配れ。
or one of my armors,
焦らずとも良いぞ。
which is highly unlikely, unfortunately. Hi. Let's go.
総流ができるぞ。
Mateus tried to fight.
総流を始めれば。
そちらは任せる。
That is not where I wanted to go, but at least now I know how to get down here. Last time I actually got lost.
これくらい当然です。
I don't know how this is gonna go because Basarios is one of the worst mounts in the game. He's very slow. It's very easy for the other monster to interrupt him. I think I just have to do that.
興奮
Just
状
keep
態。
breathing on him. There we go.
総攻撃だ。
Beam! And there's nothing else I can do.
悪く思うな。
Osiris is such weak sauce. Cats.
素晴ら
Drugs.
しい総流だ。私を本気にさせたな。
Kill.
進捗は良い。いい調子のようですね。
気をつけろ。
Oh.
モンスターから目を離すな。直してお
Those fireballs are new. That did fucking 3/4 of my health through my shield.
いい調子だ。
Fuck.
思い知れ。
That's insane. Oh my god! That did fucking 3/4 of my health! Oh shit! Shit! Oh my god!
感謝する。
Fuck you! Bitch!
狙われている。撃って出る。
感謝する。
直しておいた方がいいぞ。刮目せよ。
死ぬく。さすが私のお供ね。
標的にされているぞ。
Dying? If you're gonna fire it, now's the time! Thank you!
一気に攻めるぞ。騎士の誇りにかけて。
Oh my god! Oh fucking hell!
から逃げられるとでもいいところじゃない。
Fucking asshole! Doing 3/4 of my health in one attack, god damn! Uh,
戦略的撤退よ。ま、
where did Rajan go? Rajan! You went down there. Let's get them to fight.
警戒は怠るな。
復活です。武器の手入れは大切です。
Fight. Come on.
助かった。
Oh wow.
恩に切るぞ。
してるみたい。
怒りで荒れているな。
注意して仕掛けてくるわよ。
攻撃が来るぞ。総流を待つ。
Oh god!
薬はあるか。
Fuck! It's fine. That was worth it.
言うことを聞きなさい。
腕前を見せて。
Fuck you! Okay.
終わりね。
片付いたか。さすがだな。
Yeah, his supernova is multi-hit. We learned something new today.
待機でしょうか。
Oh boy. And this is why I bring a healer cat versus this guy. God.
取りました。
Did my cats proc a paralysis? I don't think they did. Did they? We procced a lot of knockdowns. We procced a lot of...
これにて任
I
務
dragged him
完
into the
了
wall.
ですね。余裕です。
But I don't think we got a paralysis. Even 2 paralysis cats can't guarantee a paralysis, it seems. That's unfortunate. Oh. I want to try to find him one more time. I will learn to fight this guy. trash. Mm.
いくぞ。ご利用どうも。
これが癒し。
I think the next utility skill I really should go for is guard up, because the attacks are now doing so much damage through my guards that I need to start bringing guard up versus those attacks that guard up is required to block for. Let's fight him one more time. But if I were to get a more efficient armor, there's no way for me to fit guard up. Not without giving something up. Decisions. It might be prudent if I get a god roll armor piece or if I get a god roll armor piece or charm, it might be prudent for me to slot guard up in there instead of protected polish. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Yeah, I think I'll do that. If I get some kind of god roll, chest piece, or talisman, I'll slot in a guard up. A single level guard up is not good enough anymore. Elder Dragon, huh? This particular mission seems to like spawning Elder Dragons along with Teostra. And this time we have a Ragnar instead of a Pasarius. That's good. Ragnar's a lot better than Pasarius. There's a mounting monster. Yoshi! Now, I already know that I'm not going to be able to grab the Elder Dragon in time, not without going into the camp, so I'm just gonna take my time. All that steak. Drink the immunizer. Powder. Powder. I'm not gonna go for him, I'm just gonna wait until he leaves. Oh goddammit, I cancelled out of it too soon. Don't you just hate it when you're so fast that you are faster than the game. There he goes. Give me that.
武器の手入れは抜かりなく
We can get a red wire bug as well, so
仕事だ
that's good, I guess. Give me that. Fish.
焦
And
らずとも良いぞ
食事は大事です
change. Hi.
ってきなさい
総流ができるぞ
Let's go. Come, boy.
言うことを聞きなさい思い
Or girl. Whatever you are.
頼
I
ん
don't
だ
know
ぞ
if Kushaladera is usually male or female. Oh. Coming with us. Find me over here, please. Good boy. And you proceeded to miss every hit. Fuck you.
さあ一気に攻めるぞ
Breathe. And fuck him up. Alright. Chance.
見事な総
Drugs.
流だ
Charge and blow my load in his ass.
Reload
興奮状態のよ
怒ってるわねモンスターに注意して標的にされてるわよ急いで治療しなさい
Oh.
さすが私のお供ね
Oh god.
狙われているぞ
きちんと直すの
That attack is so hard to fucking read.
進捗は良好
順調だな
Really?
治療を忘れないで
素晴らしき活躍
リロード
Fuck you. Did that miss because of his
見事な働き
stagger? Fuck you. What, really? Bitch!
騎士の誇りにかけて
Slam!
しないことね
Stay still, motherfucker! That is a 3-hit combo. Wow, I've never seen that before. Huh? Elena?
悪く思うなモンスターから目を離すな直しておいた方がいいぞ
手加減なんか期待
Good job, dogs.
やるじゃない興奮してるみたい
怒りで荒れているな 狙われているもらった
Really?
治療しておけ無理せずやる
さすがは
I underestimated the damage of his heat field. Fuck.
気にさせたわねさあ
まだ
切り替
次が
The amount of damage he does when you're in his heat field is insane. And you can stack it with the fire blight as well. That's annoying. You know, I'm really tempted to install the mod that gives us 100% guaranteed food buffs. Maybe once Titan Update 5 comes up, then I'll install that mod.
もう誰にも私は
助かった
止められない。助かったわ。
感謝する。
感謝するわ。武器の手
常
入れは
に手
大切ですね。
入れは怠るな。良い食べっ
狩り場での
ぷりだ。
良いものです。行くわよ。ほら、総流できるわよ。
総流が狙える
What?
ぞ。
That's not good.
興奮
Shit.
状態のよう
あらあら、怒ってるわね。総流
だ。私を本気にさせたな。
Oh, that was a waste of a mount.
さあ、一気に攻めるぞ。
Smash and one more and finisher.
いい調子のようですね。
いい調子だ。
なかなか
素晴らしいそう。活目せよ。
Fuck you.
騎士の誇りにかけて。
Fuck you. Sideswipe and stab.
一気に行くぞ。
気が利くわよ。
Slam.
期待しないことね。
What? Raging again?
やるじゃない。
モンスターから目を離すな。やり遂げた。
達成を確認。
Could you not put your face in the wall? Thank you.
この気を逃すな。
Fuck you.
覚悟。
Really? Huh. Get into the wall.
騎士の誇りに
Charge.
かけて。
Fuck you. Fuck you. Stab. Jump. Slam. Burst.
行くぞ。総攻撃だ。
順調ですね。
思い知れ。
Fuck you.
なんか期待しないことね。
もらった。怒りで荒れているな。
What? How did it get through my shield?
マスターに注意して。きちんと
No,
直
it's
す。
going to... Yep, that's a follow.
今のうち。
He does that twice? Okay, good to know. Slam, burst, and stab. Oh, fuck.
急いで治療しなさい。元気は出たかしら。助かったわ。
Paralyzed. Good job, cat. Change back up. Charge. Fuck you. That was a big risk.
狙われているぞ。
Oh, I forgot about the fallout.
方がいいぞ。
これで大丈夫？
助かった。
感謝するわ。
良いサポートだ。
Oh my god.
気にしない。
すること。
How much health did I have there?
まだここからよ。
What the fuck?
そんな日もある。
What the fuck was that? Okay, maybe I'm getting sleepy, but yeah, I'm being really sloppy right now.
到着。戻ってきましたね。
I will heal a cat and I've died twice. Damn it.
取りました。
The difference between level 200 and level 201 isn't that massive.
焦らずとも良いぞ。
食事は大事です。
Maybe this will be the last time, because yeah, my brain is really tired. My brain was exhausted already before I started streaming. Over the course of the stream, it's just gotten more tired.
良いものか。
この地のものか。
もう誰にも私は止められない。
感謝する。
血が助かっ
恩に切るぞ。
Really?
行ければね。
総流を任せよう。
狩り場での食事。良いものですね。
Interesting. He managed to force a mount. Huh. You know what? I'm going to use
俺は任せる。
this guy then and fight Teostra. Come over here, Teostra. And once this mount is done, I'm going to go and get a mount on Valstrax.
怒ってる。
Slam. Fuck you.
血抜く。
And
一気に攻めるぞ。
slam and
順調です。
one more. Fuck you.
直良好。
これで終わりよ。見直した。
見習いたい。悪く思うな。
Now we go and get Valstrax. Valstrax might be able to finish him off. Ah, damn it.
標的にされてるわよ。
Valstrax has left. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
休むしかないわね。
Really? You got clipped in the ass? Poor Luchika. Actually forgot to pick this up.
正気。
気が助かったわ。おめでとうございます。
What? What? Oi!
突撃。
Oi, motherfucker!
行くぞ。
標的にされてるわよ。急いで治療しなさい。
God damn it! I really hate how gamey the monsters behave in Vice. Ugh. It doesn't make sense for Valstrax to leave just because he can't be mounted and it's so annoying.
いい働きよ。
Oh, that
終わったな。
time wasted. Yeah, I really do hope that they make the monsters behave more like monsters rather than bundles of mechanics in whatever 6th gen is. Because every time a monster behaves like that, where I came here to try to get Valstrax, and then the spider came to fight him. And because the spider couldn't be mounted, Valstrax was like, you know what, I'm leaving. Doesn't matter that Valstrax would technically, in lore, stay and fight. He leaves because the mechanic demanded he leave, not because of any lore reason. Every time that happens in the game, it just takes me out of it. Because I like to get immersed in the hunt. I don't like to count fucking mounting timers. Anytime I have to do something as artificial as count a cooldown on a monster state, that just takes me out of the game, and I get annoyed. Predictability based off of mechanics and not natural or organic behavior is not a good thing, in my opinion. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. I'm going to cut this slack because this was their first attempt at making Monster Hunter in the RE engine after all. They had to learn how to, as I mentioned before, they had to learn how to make the game again from scratch, essentially. Start all the way from the beginning. Just hoping that in 6th gen, I have my cup next to me. Just hoping that in 6th gen, you're able to make the monsters behave more like creatures rather than having such obviously gamey mechanics. Yes, everyone. Take all this. There we go. It's technically also the reason why, even though I enjoyed World a lot, World and Iceborne, there were some monsters that I didn't really like, or at least didn't enjoy as much as others, which is normal for most Monster Hunters, but there is one monster that I hate from World, and that's Alatrion. Alatrion in Monster Hunter World Iceborne is the worst monster I have ever fought in all of Monster Hunter. I know that there are people who like him, like there is a Monster Hunter streamer on Twitch that I watch and join every now and then named Astrazia. And he loves Alatrion in World, and I can understand why he likes Alatrion in World, but I hate Alatrion in World. And the single reason why I dislike Alatrion in World is because of the fucking DPS check, or more like how the Alatrion fight is 3 DPS checks layered on top of each other. You have the elemental DPS check where if you fail to meet it every 6 minutes, you will die. You will, well, you have confirmed death. If there is the horn break DPS check, where as part of the 6 minute elemental DPS check. If you fail to break the horn in the second half of the 6-minute DPS check, he will shift elements and that will fuck up your hunt strategy. And then there is a third DPS check where you have to kill him within how many potions? 1, 2, 3, 4. You have to kill him before the 4th explosion, because the 4th explosion is a guaranteed wipe, because you can only interrupt his elemental change twice. Which means that even though the quest says that 50 mini hunt, you technically only have every 6 minutes of 1, 2, 3. You technically only have a 24-minute time limit, because once you get to the 24th minute, that is a guaranteed wipe. You cannot stop him from exploding anymore. I hated counting DPS check and timer. I did beat him. I did solo him. But I hated every minute of my attempts to beat him and solo him. As soon as I was done with him, I swore to never fight him again, because he is the least fun boss fight, monster hunt ever. And I played Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Rise. Yeah, Alatreon for Monster Hunter World remains my least, no, I don't even say least, most hated monster. I don't really hate any monster from any Monster Hunter. I mean, yeah, I do say stuff like Teostra is my nemesis, but it's more like a competitive kind of thing, like Teostra is my nemesis, I'm gonna beat him, I'm gonna learn him and beat him, that kind of thing. With Alatreon, I don't want to learn him and beat him. I want to get over him and never fight him again. Worst, least Monster Hunter monster ever. Where the monster was entirely just mechanics. No behavior, no learning, there's no learning his lore, there's no learning his behavior patterns, none of it. It's all just learning some fake, arbitrary mechanics. And that was the only way you could beat him. Bye, Jekyll, Payne, Kylan, and Oakley. Off you go. Go get me some fish. Any fish? And this is someone who really enjoyed hunting behemoth in base world. Behemoth? I hunted behemoth and extremoth in base world. I duoed behemoth, and with extremoth I led a party of 4 hunters as the tank to extremoth, and I really enjoyed behemoth and extremoth. It was actually a very interesting hunt, because yes, while he had some really strange mechanics, it was all done in the spirit of making the fight interesting and fitting with the theme of the crossover event. Behemoth and Extremis were both very fun fights to me. And I was kind of sad that he didn't come back for Iceborne. I was kind of hoping he would, but oh well. But yeah. Okay, I need to think, what do I need? I need the seeds. I need... Do I need the god button? No. Do I need Popfish? No. Not yet anyway. Let's get... Let's get the seeds and fish. Developing a tank HPG set to tackle Extremis in base world. That was really fun. I hope they bring back something like that again in the future. Even Extremis mechanics didn't, as difficult as they were in base world, Extremis mechanics weren't bullshit. They were fair. They didn't feel like they were designed just to kill you. They felt like they were designed to be a challenge. The only thing that felt unfair was the fact that in the... was it phase 4 of Extremis? There were situations where you could... okay, in phase 4 of Extremis in World, you enter the arena, you fight him, he drops a comet. After dropping a comet, you fight him a little bit more, and then he will summon Ecliptic Meteor. And you need to repeat, and then you need to repeat that process of Comet Meteor 3 times. So Comet Meteor, fight Comet Meteor, fight Comet Meteor, fight Comet Meteor. There was an oversight in the way that he was coded, where there was, if you DPS'd him too hard, you could push him beyond the threshold of the second Ecliptic Meteor before he cast the first Ecliptic Meteor. So what happened was, you would fight him, he would summon a comet, you would keep fighting him, and before he summons, and then you will meet the DPS threshold for the first Ecliptic Meteor, and then before he gets to summon the Ecliptic Meteor, due to some reason, whether it's just high DPS or you CC him or whatever, it can happen for a number of reasons. Due to you guys over DPSing him before he summons the first Ecliptic Meteor, and you guys reach the threshold for the second Meteor before he's done doing that, he will summon the first Ecliptic Meteor and then immediately going to summoning the second Ecliptic Meteor and wiping you. But that wasn't an intentional thing. That was just an oversight. The devs didn't think that you could DPS him so hard that you could reach the health thresholds for the subsequent ecliptic meteor before he was actually done summoning the current ecliptic meteor. So yeah, I can forgive the devs for accidentally creating that scenario because they just didn't think that that could happen. But Alatrion's fucking 6 minutes wipe thing, that was intentionally put in. The 6 minute wipe thing was intentionally put in. The 3 minutes to break his horn thing was intentionally put in. The only being able to fight until the force explosion before a guaranteed wipe thing was intentionally put in. Every mechanic felt like it was put in there just to make him harder. Not to make him more interesting, not to make him more fun, just to make him harder. And there's nothing that takes me out of the game. Well, at least there's nothing that takes me out of the game simultaneously and simultaneously makes me angry at the same time as much as feeling like this is bullshit fake mechanical difficulty rather than difficulty for fun or difficulty for interesting fight. Because there is nothing interesting about DPS check. At least not on its own. You can make a DPS check interesting, like for example the DPS check for Behemoth. That was interesting. The tank has to aim for the head. It has a hit count for the head to apply aggro to himself so he can gain aggro. That was interesting. The DPS check for the comets and ecliptic meteor. That was interesting. The DPS check of Alachion where it's make it or die, that is not interesting. That is bullshit. Difficulty for the sake of difficulty rather than difficulty for the sake of interesting or fun. So I hope they never bring back that version of Alachion. And I enjoyed fighting Alachion in the older games. I fought Alachion in the older games. And I enjoyed fighting him in the older games. Don't enjoy fighting him here, or at least in World. Hated him in World. Worst monster ever. I doubt they ever reach his level of bullshit. Or at the very least, I hope that they don't ever reach Alachion's level of bullshit again. If they somehow reach Alachion's level of bullshit, then you're learning the wrong lessons. Extremis was fun because you did interesting things with the DPS checks and all that stuff. Alachion was just cheap. Very, very cheap. Oh. To come back to my original starting point, where it goes to Monster Hunter Rise and the RE engine. Yeah, I hope the devs, and now that they've had the chance to, get their bearings a little bit and the RE engine, I hope that they're able to improve the efficacy with the engine and be able to return the feeling of natural behaviors in the monsters. it'll be fun to have natural monsters with natural seeming behaviors again, and not so and less of just the monsters leaving because the mechanic says he leaves. I would like for some monsters to leave and some monsters to stay and fight, because it makes sense for the monsters to stay and fight, you know? Monsters like Zinogre. Zinogre is a monster that runs a lot. He avoids fights when it comes to the other monsters. Basarios would run. Kuliaku would run. The smaller I call them smaller, but they're technically smaller monsters, but then I know them as the big raptors. Any of the big raptor monsters, it makes sense that they would run. Things like the Elder Dragons. I can understand if like Kirin were to run from, or more like any monster were to run from a Rajang, because Rajang is the Elder Dragon killer. Yeah, I want monsters to run or stay and fight based off of their known behavior patterns. I want them to I want their fight or flight response to be based off of their lore, not based off of a fucking mounting mechanic. So, Monster Hunter devs, Capcom, if you ever see this, please return monsters to lore-based behavior patterns rather than mechanics-based behavior patterns. If you can, that would be nice. Oh, Electron is just BNS stun check? BNS? What's BNS? Bullshit? Block and stun check? No. What's BNS? Blade and Soul. Blade and Soul stun check. I don't. Wait, did I ever play Blade and Soul? I don't think I did. Wait, did I play Blade and Soul? I can't remember. Let me look this up. Did I ever play Blade and Soul? I know I played some Smexy Korean MMORPGs, but I can't remember if Blade and Soul was one of them. I think. No, I didn't play Blade and Soul. I played Black Desert. Right. Yeah, I played Black Desert online. And Terra Online. Those are two Korean MMOs with really smexy characters. Or smexy characters that I enjoy. Blade and Soul, I've looked at the sexiness of the characters and it doesn't feel like... They don't look like what I deem to be attractive. A little too far into the... It's like they tried to go for the Bayonetta look, but even more stylized, but none of the finesse of Bayonetta's look, so yeah, combined with the doll face, yeah, that I don't really like Blade and Soul. And the reason why I'm not showing my screen right now while looking up Blade and Soul is because You never know when hentai might suddenly pop up because Blade and Soul has a lot of horny players. Let's just put it that way. Oh, look, hentai. Yeah, good thing I'm not showing my screen. If ever you miss a stun check, you effect. Interesting. So they require you to make a stun check, huh? It was a great game till they keep resetting your fucking endgame weapon just cause you didn't grind enough. What? They reset endgame weapons? Reset how? Did they make you lose your endgame weapon or lose the endgame level weapons? Endgame weapon levels? Or did they just release power creep weapons or some shit like that? I can understand endgame weapons being power crept out because, you know, MMO. That's bound to happen. Oh well. In any case, chat, I'm done. I'm done. I'm getting sleepy. Today was a nice, don't think about anything style stream. Although I still did talk to you guys. Explain to you guys about the projects that I have coming up. Background projects that are coming up. Yeah, maybe I should loop some of those projects into my stream. Maybe we can make it a learning experience. I'll think about it. I'll think about it if I can make it entertaining for you guys. With that, I think we are done. I say you upgrade this weapon to transform in high weapon. Level 2, level 3, next patch they come in and say everyone under level 5 will be reset. What, really? Oh, that's actually bullshit. Why would they reset your levels like that? That is actually bullshit. Okay, I can understand why you're pissed if they were to do that. I would rage quit the game after something like that. In fact, that was one of the reasons why I rage quit Destiny 2, because I started playing Destiny 2 in and around the Halloween event in Destiny 2, and I was like trying to level up my gear score and stuff like that. You know how fucking gear score keep fighting cause number very slowly crawl up thing. That's really boring way of implementing grind, but never mind, I'm not gonna talk about that. But yeah, I was playing I started playing in and around the Halloween event. Hi Kago, why do you always come in on the stream? No. I think, well, right now I assume it's because he just woke up. Oh well. Good morning, Kago. Hope you sleep well. But yeah, what was I going to say? Right, so Halloween event. In order to fight in the Halloween event, you had to wear a specific headgear. Okay, and the headgear starts with very basic stats to start with, but you can level up that headgear. It's a mask. You can level it up by sacrificing equipment to it. When you sacrifice equipment to it, the power value, the gear score of the piece of equipment you sacrifice into the Halloween helmet replaces the gets taken on by the Halloween helmet. So essentially, say the Halloween helmet has a gear score of 750. You sacrifice a piece of equipment that has 800 gear score. The Halloween helmet will become 800. So, so yeah, the Halloween event encourages you to not only get the helmet, because you need to wear the helmet in order to even play the event. It encourages you to not only get the helmet, it encourages you to upgrade the helmet by sacrificing gear into it. Well, you play through the Halloween event, several weeks worth of Halloween event. You grind, get the Halloween event reputation coin or whatever. It's just a fucking rep score thing in currency, Halloween currency. While you're doing that, you level up your, or more like, if you don't know what happens at the end, while you're doing that, you would level up your Halloween helmet. At the end of the Halloween event, the helmet resets to gear score 1. You can still wear it. You can still take it into fights. They don't take the helmet away from you. They just make it fucking useless. And keep in mind, the minimum gear score in Destiny 2 is 750. All weapons and armor starts out at a 750 gear score. Nowhere in the Halloween event did it say that at the end of the Halloween event, the helmet will become worthless. The game just lets you waste resources in that helmet. And then at the end of the Halloween event, pop! Helmet's worthless. All the resources you spend into the helmet, gone. Wasted. Disappeared into the ether. And yeah, I believe that is the straw that broke the camel's back for me and Destiny 2. I had found a lot of no wait, no, it wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back. The straw that broke the camel's back was the weekly nightfall reputation missions lying to you. Or I should say or was it honor missions or whatever the weekly missions to complete the nightfall, they used to be accurate. They used to say, fight this boss, complete this, do this thing, do that thing. It used to be very clear. And then the devs changed it so that it lied to you. Then I was like, yeah, no, fuck this shit. After all of the progress locking, all of the game allowing you to spend resources on things, on quests that you cannot complete, sometimes there'll be quests with Zavala. He will tell you to like kill 4 enemy champions. Nowhere in the game does it tell you that enemy champions require you to fight at weapon power 900 and above. The dungeons. Nowhere does it tell you that you need to be level 900, or is it 800? I can't remember. 850, 900? I can't remember the exact value, but yeah. You need to spend resources to grab these contracts, by the way. So you spend the resources, you grab a contract, you're thinking, oh, kill 4 enemy champions. I'm not sure what that is, but let's run around and see whether we can find one. You run around for several days not finding a single champion, and then you look it up and then you find out that you are not high enough gear score to even be allowed to fight a champion. And you can't wait until you get to high enough gear score because the quest will time out at the end of the week, so you just wasted all those resources for nothing. That made me want to quit Destiny 2. Was it Iron Banner wanted to make me quit Destiny 2 because it unlocked the ability to unlock fucking chests, the level up chests for the rep with that stupid kill 40 enemy with charge rifle, kill 40 enemies with sniper rifles and all such stupid missions. And it kept pinging you, oi oi, there's chests there's level up chests you can unlock. Oi oi oi, go and open up your level up chest. Oi, go open it. Then when you go and open it, the game is like, oh, you can't open the level up chest because you haven't completed the Iron Banner quest yet. And I'm like, fuck you. You lied to me in your contracts. You lied to me in your fucking PvP events. You lied to me in your weeklies. When the weekly contracts did not lie, you patched the game to replace the accurate descriptions with fucking lies. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit, yeah. No. Fuck off. Fuck off with that shit. Destiny 2 is a fucking scam. The devs lie to you in the market, the devs in marketing, the devs lie to you when they try to sell you the game. The devs lie to you in game. The devs program the fucking UI to lie to you. Destiny 2 is worse than Korean gacha games, I swear. People say that Korean and Chinese gacha games are the worst? Hell no, Destiny is the worst. Destiny does everything Korean MOBA games do, except unlike Korean MOBA games where when you play a Korean gacha MOBA game, the Korean gacha MOBA games, they are honest about monetization, they are honest about what it takes to do things. Those gacha games, they don't lie to you. They have percentage drop chance displayed right there. They have when they have events, they list out exactly through the UI and even through their public announcements, stuff like exactly what you need to do to complete the events. They list out everything. They give you perfect instructions, perfect information. It's up to you whether or not you want to engage with it. Destiny lies to you at every step of the way. It lies in the storefront, it lies in the marketing, it lies in the fucking game, it lies in the UI, it lies in the story, it lies everywhere. Destiny 2 is fraud. It's just fucking fraud. Champions are guaranteed in strike. They are guaranteed in strike only when you do, was it adapt or veteran or whatever. They don't spawn in the starter strikes. They spawn in the second or third difficulty strikes. So yeah. But the game doesn't stop you from taking the contract to kill champions, even if you can't do second and third difficulty level strikes. So sucks to be you. Sucks to be fucking you. They leave activation, but activation later. Oh, actually, you know, I've heard industry people say that they didn't learn. You know, the Destiny 2 being as scummy as it is, they didn't learn that from Activision. In fact, I heard that Activision actually had to tell Bungie to cut it out. Activision had to rein them in. That's what I heard from industry leakers. The rumors traveling down the grapevine was that Activision's monetization and time sinkingness and all that stuff was so bad that Bungie's and Destiny 2's monetization and scumminess and lying and all that was so bad that Activision had to actively tell them, no, you are pushing things too far, stop doing that shit. And yet Bungie kept doing it, and then Activision was like, you know what, you are so evil that we, the devil, do not want you, get the fuck out of here. Essentially, I've heard people comparing the Bungie leaving Destiny thing as Bungie did not leave Destiny. Sorry, Bungie did not leave Activision. That was not Bungie leaving Activision. That was Activision kicking Bungie out of hell because Bungie was so scummy that hell did not want to have anything to do with it. Oh. Oh well, that's... Why did I even start ranting about Destiny anyway? Oh right, it's because games taking away progress. Also, PS, some random guy is transferring D1 on PC. Transferring? What do you mean? Transferring? Huh? What? Transferring? What do you mean transferring? I'm not sure what that means. Oh well. Making D1 playable on PC. Oh? Was it not playable on PC? I have no idea. I don't care. I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. It's trash. It's all trash. It's all just a fucking scam. Oh, thank you everyone for being here. Sorry about the little rant. Okay, when I get tired and sleepy, I lose my filter. So yeah, I apologize for having no filter. But oh well. Oh no, I'm gonna go get something to eat and get ready for bed. I'm really sleepy. Thank you everyone for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting, everyone. Love you. Hope you guys enjoy the stream and I hope to see you guys next time, alright? Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below if you enjoy your time here and you enjoy my content. Yeah. As usual, let me thank my usual extra mouse supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Ras.gov, Oxy, Maka, and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next up, thank you to Lear, Maka, Sakito, Kylan, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Checker, and God Reactor for supporting me on Patreon, Fancy. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I haven't posted any content on Patreon recently. I really should, shouldn't I? Just give some content there. I could post things like I could post bunch of pictures that I took that I don't end up using. In fact, that's I was supposed to actually do that. The whole reason I started Patreon was, you know what? I will put that on my fucking Patreon. Yeah, I'll put that on my Patreon. I need to give you guys something on Patreon because otherwise I'm taking your money for nothing. So yeah, I will start to get into the habit of whenever I take pictures for like thumbnails and stuff, any rejected pictures, I'm gonna just post it on Patreon. So I'll just give you guys something. So yeah, I need to do that, but that'll be done over a week. I'm gonna go and get something to eat. Love you guys. I'm really tired. My brain is seriously fried. I wonder what I should eat. I already ate a cup noodle, maybe just some biscuits, cause I don't feel hungry. Or maybe some leftover noodles in the fridge. I believe there is some leftover noodles in the fridge.